affiliations is one of them.
Hmm.
Anyway, back on it, is different from the person's own. So that example I gave you,
It's
you learn
membership in a
something.
particular group, essentially.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, which is
It
what I
doesn't matter what the
said.
group is, but that's what I said too.
Yeah.
Is if you learn someone's a Nazi, but you know nothing else about them, you haven't even seen their face, you just know unnamed person is Nazi, and your favorability goes from 0 down to -10, you are a bigot. Therefore, everyone with any brain cells, so you can breathe, everyone, is a bigot. Bigot is
Uh,
not a bad word. People who use bigot as a bad word are ignorant people that don't know what bigot is. That's what I'm saying. I know you don't like what I'm saying because you've grown up using what you just listed earlier as the
yeah.
meaning of
My
bigot,
dev. I'm
but
doing my
bigot
definition.
factually,
Yeah.
the definition of, see, that's why I hate leftist subversion. They take words, they give words different meanings, and then now we're talking two different languages. Because I'm talking English, you're talking subverted English, and I hate that because having a common language is what makes us not want to kill each other. Because we can actually talk and converse and come up with ideas and shared thoughts. But bigot factually is not a bad thing. Bigot
Yes,
just
it
means you
is.
can
It's
differentiate.
unreasonable beliefs or opinions
No,
about a
unreasonable
race,
is not
religion, or
there.
politics of a
Unreasonable
group
is
that.
not part of the definition.
Yes, it is. It's in the
No, it's
Oxford.
not.
Yes, it is. It's in the Oxford definition. Go look. Yes, it is. It is a bigot is a
That's an
person.
addition that was added there.
No, it's not. It's Oxford. It's the literal the source. It's the source that the dictionary.com uses. It's the Oxford Dictionary. It's the main source. It's the the foundation. And it's going to say the same thing you said, which is a bigot is a person who has very strong, unreasonable beliefs or opinions about race, religion, or politics, and who will not listen to or accept the opinions of anyone who disagrees. It is a noun used to describe an intolerant person, often with negative, prejudiced views, right? I wouldn't call you a bigot, Bagon. I would say you come by your discrimination honestly. You don't go hating on other
Well, that's funny. You can't even
memberships
access
of
the Oxford
groups.
Dictionary without paying them subscription, so I don't know where you got
They're,
that
they're
from.
they're they're stuffy. It's the Oxford Advanced
I
Learn.
literally went to their website and I'm trying to find it, and it's bullshit too because they say right here under bigot there are four meanings
Yeah,
listed in the
there's a lot of
Oxford.
meanings to bigot. There's like 17.
No,
Yeah,
it's so some of these words, like I remember it was like 2016 or something. There was This is when the left was first trying to turn
it's
gender
someone
and
who.
sex into different things, and
Yeah,
there was someone in I think it was a congressional testimony someone was given, and the issue of gender and sex being the same thing came up, or it's something involving gender, but basically someone was using the traditional factual definition of gender, which didn't comport to the left wing's definition of gender.
yeah.
And it was that day, because there was controversy over the congressional testimony debacle of what gender means, that day, the word, the definition for gender got changed in the dictionary.
Wow,
So
I believe it.
that's one
Yeah.
problem is these words from these websites
Yes.
do get
Uh
changed
huh.
on a daily
We have
basis due
shifting
to controversy.
definitions, and you are right to point it out. It is a terrible thing, and it's very bad for us. It's called lost
But
in translation. You
but
know,
that's where I'm saying the word unreasonable being put in there, which one is subjective. It's
it's
not defined
unreasonable
to
was
mean
put
anything you
in.
want it to mean.
To be fair, I'm gonna split the hairs. It's an advanced learner's dictionary is where the word unreasonable comes from.
So an
It's not
advanced
the,
unlearner, it's
but
literally
it is the
unlearned
Oxford
knowledge.
Dictionary though. The advanced, it's just a, it's like a specialized version or
Yeah, like you
whatever.
can't even find the Oxford's definition because they don't show you without a
You
subscription.
can, well, yeah, on the internet you can, but you can go buy an Oxford Dictionary, and
Maybe if I use the
it's
Wayback
gonna be
Machine.
the '70s definition of the word bigot. My definition of bigot is more like this, right? It's and I saw it's a person who has a very strong belief or opinion about race, religion, or politics, who will not listen to or accept the opinions of anyone else. That's what I think a bigot is.
Well, I know the
That
anecdotal.
is not the Oxford definition. That's my definition. You understand?
I know with the based on how it's used
Yeah.
definition that basically anyone that I've ever talked to that's on the left uses for bigot. In fact, well, really just anyone who doesn't think about things too much, like myself, because I spend a lot of day thinking about stupid bullshit. Like I'll fess up to that any day. Yeah,
Yeah, me too.
I can
You
have a
have a good
rant about
brain.
how
Yeah, yeah.
I can have a rant about how race and breed are different things, and you're a breed is not a racist if you don't like black people.
You have a
Yeah,
very good
like
brain like that.
that's
Yeah.
something most people don't give the first flying fuck about thinking about. But
Mm-mm.
I've spent hours thinking about it
I know you have.
over over the course of years. I've regularly revisited the topic, and it's always driven me nuts. And I always just hit the point of everyone else is wrong, I'm right, but it's not worth fighting a battle against the rest of the world for the rest of my life. That's always where I hit.
Why would race and breed be so fascinating to you? Do you know what
No,
your
because
motivation
those are
is?
because well,
Do you feel that there's like
I
so much
first got tipped off
disparity?
to what those are because I did 4-H for chickens as a child. I had a
Fuck
book
yeah.
of chicken breeds. They
That's
were all
awesome.
chickens, but there were hundreds of different, well, at least dozens of different breeds of chickens recognized by my 4-H books. So I very early knew breeds were different
Different. I
ethnicities,
learned the same
basically, of
with
chickens.
Scottish Folds. We raised Scottish Folds when I was a kid, and there is like 350 to something like 319 different breeds of cat. You know.
Uh, but also as someone who has long adored Dungeons and Dragons style games and systems,
Hmm.
I was also very aware of the differences between breed and race, because race is clearly like a species, essentially. It's
It's
another
like
term
a
for species, really.
race is a dice roll. Breed is your like stats, right? Basically, it's I don't know.
Well, you could say breed is your subrace,
Yeah,
if you're trying to loop that in. You know, like you have drow and you have high elves and
yeah.
different fantasy races of variants of elves. Those would be the breeds. Yeah, because like in depending on what lore you're going into, they have very complex lore. Like Forgotten Realms lore, the Drow are actually like high elves that basically followed the spider god into the deep dark underground, and
The Underdark, yeah.
they became a split off of elven kind. They're a breed of elves that chose to live somewhere else, and they have different characteristics. Now they can create fairy fire, and their eyes don't like sunlight.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, I've agonized over that kind of shit for a long time because I hate how the fight over that definition of those two words has been lost among common humanity.
I respect you as a friend, but I would like to say where my mind went, which is that you seem to be, I respect you as a friend, so I don't want to hurt your feelings, but you seem to be uptight about matters of race. You know,
I'm very upset about
I
that.
don't think I don't think race matters
Well,
at
wait,
all.
Right, no, I misspoke when I just flat out agreed with you. I'm
Hmm.
very uptight with matters of culture. I've told you
Yeah.
before, I would much rather, if we were in World War One trenches and everyone's blowing up and you're in a trench with
Hmm.
people,
Yeah.
I would much rather have a black conservative next to me than any white liberal.
Wow.
I would rather have Clarence Thomas in the trenches next to me than anybody
Yeah.
with left-wing values that has my skin tone.
I would rather have one hippie over 10 billion Elon Musks.
Yeah, you just irrationally hate rich people.
No, no, I'm talking about the right wing.
Elon Musk is not a right
Yes,
winger.
he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
He is
He's
no.
literally fighting for like apartheid in Africa currently as we speak. Yes, he is.
Elon Musk historically has had far more left-wing ideals
Oh,
than
yeah,
right-wing.
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Is
Now
his
there's nuance.
lifestyle right
People are
wing?
not
No, no. He's a
not
guy.
everyone's
He is
part of
not a
my
God
time.
fearing man. He's a ketamine smoking, 15 wives keeping, sinful man. But he is a right winger, Begon, and he's a
He
real old
he's
style
not a right-winger.
apartheid right
You
winger.
know what
Yes, he
made him
is.
lurch against the left though?
What?
Like, do you know what the single biggest thing that kind of woke him up and made him start fighting against the left?
Let me guess. Hold on. Probably
I actually know this answer.
DEI. I don't know. I don't know what.
Nope. It was his son choosing to be trans.
Oh, really?
His son going trans and all the drama that came from that. I'm not saying it's his son decided to be a girl and suddenly Elon Musk doesn't like left wing things. I'm saying what the fallout of his son's decision to be trans, the disenfranchisement, the attacks, the dehumanizing that he suffered from that, and also the separation from his son, and realizing the left wing is pushing this on kids rather than just some people have dysphoria. A lot of left wing people, I know not everyone, but a lot of left wing people actually push this, and it is a social contagion, as a matter of fact, because you can't
Social
have three
contagion,
kids and have
Begon.
all three of them be trans if there's not social contagion.
Define social contagion, Begon. I think that's like
Social
a
contagion
false, like,
is
I don't believe that
social
exists.
pressures causing you to be that thing,
Contagion
to
is
choose to be
okay.
that thing.
Okay, I see. I get what you're getting at. Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I
so
see the
it,
definition.
it was
Yeah, yeah.
the
Okay.
lead female actor from the first Transformers movie, whatever the fuck her name is.
I've never seen it. Sorry.
Oh, okay. The one that was like co-stars with Shia LaBeouf, like the
Oh,
first big
yeah.
screen 3D Transformers movie that came out in like the early 2000s.
I still don't know though. Sorry. Yeah, I could
Yeah.
pull it if you care. You want me to pull her name?
She was the star of that show Megan's Body, I think afterwards. Fuck, what was her name?
I've
She
not
she
seen that.
she used to be really attractive. Now she's a bog hag, if I recall correctly. But anyway, her name really doesn't matter. She has 3 children.
Do
All 3 of her children are trans.
okay.
If trans is naturally, historically, go back to like the 1900s, if trans was like, I don't know what percent they were, like half a percent,
It's
you
still. It was
cannot
always
have,
0.5%. Yeah.
you cannot have 3 children and all 3 of them be trans if it's a biological thing. I will die on that hill.
Okay. Okay. Die on that hill. I mean, what is?
I'm just saying there is a
Why do you
social
care
contagion
about
aspect to it.
trans are not the reason our trans people are not
Because
the
if
reason our
trans
lives
is
suck.
glorified as if trans is glorified, which it is, if you go to school, if you're a straight kid, bullies pick on you, nothing happens, but you got picked on.
I
If you're
don't.
trans and bullies pick on you, they get expelled.
I don't believe. I think you have maybe a false conception.
Trans has been elevated as like a chosen class of people, basically,
Yeah, it is.
and it's crazy that it's that way because trans is a mental illness
You don't
at
think
best.
they should have autonomy over their own bodies and do whatever they want to do?
No, it's
Isn't
not
that
about.
isn't that what God decrees essentially
They should
when
be
God
allowed
makes them?
to. I don't think we should just go stone them because
Why
humans can be
should we
redeemed.
allow
Humans
them
can
to?
change their mind. They can change their ways. They can take the dress off and put the pants back on and live like a moral human being. There's always the potential, as long as they draw breath,
I
they
went
will
the wrong
change
way.
their ways. But their lifestyle is abominable. It's unconscionable, and it should never be condoned.
I do not
So,
condone what my
no,
friend is saying.
it is love the person, hate the sin, is what I am saying,
Yeah,
and never condone the
love
sin.
the sinner, hate the sin. I think it's actually the.
But never condone the sin is what I'm saying. If you condone the sin, you're literally damning them to hell because as long as
So
transvestites don't make it into heaven, and if you want someone to make it into heaven, they need to repent of their ways at some point. They need to come to God.
what if those people aren't Christian and don't believe in heaven and don't subscribe to the same?
And they are unfortunately damned to hell. It's very clear. The only way through heaven, the only way into heaven is through the Lord Jesus Christ. He
Which
was
is
so clear
unfortunate,
about that.
frankly. I think that's
No,
unfortunate.
that is literally justice.
Why
But
why would you create
the
this
Bible
whole
is very clear.
sandbox and then declare that if anybody doesn't follow you, they're evil? You know.
I've given you my like if I was I realize I am not God and I can't think on the same plane as God, but using the best of my knowledge and thought, I've already given you my thoughts on that.
Yeah.
But God has his reasons. Whatever you understand,
Yeah.
God has
Yeah.
his own reasons,
I
and
don't
that
need to define it. Yeah.
how he made the world is how he made the world. And
I
we might
think
understand a piece of the puzzle, but we don't understand the puzzle. I know that.
I don't think God wrote those rules. I think humans did. And that's my
We got
God's
the Bible.
honest opinion about it. Is I don't think God would have came down to write rules really besides Moses really. So it's like sort of
Well,
like
God literally sent his only son, like, part of the died for our sins and stuff, gave us a lot of teachings to follow up. Jesus was the fulfillment of the Old Testament.
yeah.
Like, you go back to Father Abraham, had many sons, all that shit. Abraham was talking about Jesus is coming. He is the one that was prophesied. He is the fulfillment of the Old Testament. That's why Jesus was able to come through and give us
Rosicrucians and all that.
amendments to the Old Testament, essentially. Like, he wasn't like erasing the Old Testament and saying this is all the thing now. He was fulfilling the Old Testament. It was opening up a new way for us to come close to God and get into heaven. Because originally it was only promised to his chosen people, the Jews.
I think you dislike what I choose to be, which is somebody who would rather leave it up to God, you know?
I think that man,
I would
I
rather
don't
leave
want
this
to.
stuff up to God. I don't want to hate anybody, or not hate, but I
I
don't want to
don't
even.
want.
I don't want to disfavorably look at any other human on the planet. I don't think that's my job. I think maybe
Okay,
with my own
I
family it
don't want other
is.
people to go to hell. I think hell's a horrible place, and it's an eternity of
I like
suffering.
that you said that, Begon. I think
It's
that
not like
that's
a prison
good.
sentence.
Yeah,
Well,
I wondered if you were thinking about it that way. It's like is
I don't want people to go to
just
hell, but let's say if someone touched my daughter, I'll make him
yeah,
go to hell.
yeah.
I have no
Um,
problem sending someone to hell if I if I think he's done something to earn it,
I do. I don't.
but no, I
Thou
think
shalt
hell's a
not
horrible
kill.
thing, and I don't think we should want people just to go to hell. I want people to live good, just, moral lives. But I also, as a Christian, understand that the only way into heaven, which means the only way not into hell, is through Christ. And if you're not following Christ, we know where you're going. Like Christians
Mhm.
aren't perfect. We all fall short, but yeah, you gotta be part of the struggle, or you're you're part of the chaff. And like I wouldn't want you to go to hell, but
Oh, I'm
as
going to
long
hell,
as
buddy.
you,
Don't worry about that. Be aware of
I,
that. I'm definitely going to hell. I've done so many
well, and
bad
I would
things in my
hope that at
life.
some point in your life you change your mind
I
and you come
did.
back to Jesus.
I did. No. I would never
It's not
ever.
cat for the same
I
reason I
believe in
wouldn't
all gods. Unfortunately, I think they call
cat
it pantheist.
for the same reason I wouldn't want to just put a transvestite to death. There's always the future of
Hmm.
redemption. As
Hmm.
long as you draw breath, you can change your ways, you can be redeemed.
I believe the same thing about you, buddy. I think you can learn to love your fellow man like God wants you to.
I certainly
I hope
try
you
to
can.
love my fellow man the
I
way
think
God
it's
wants me
hard. I think it
to.
can be
I
hard.
don't think
I think
you
you're
believe in the
facing
biblical prescription
struggles.
of that.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
I think you're
I think
facing struggles. I think you are,
I think
and
you
I
are
think that's fair.
contrary to the biblical. Oh, dude, if I didn't have the Bible to teach me, and this is one reason why when I get leftists, atheists try to tell me that they don't need the Bible to tell them not to kill people,
Hmm.
I will tell you right now, if I didn't have the Bible telling me not to kill people, I would be a fucking serial killer.
Would you really beg on?
Absolutely. I have not a doubt in the fiber of my being I would want to be a serial killer if I didn't have the Bible telling me not to be. If I didn't have my faith.
Now, is this because you have some sick desire to harm people, or you would just want to right some
Oh,
wrongs, kind
people
of
are
thing?
stupid. People piss me off, and a lot of people don't serve any purpose in
I
this
th-
life.
I think that's actually well, no, not serving a purpose thing kind of scares me because that's not
A
your.
purpose that I choose to
Hmm.
dignify. How about that?
Yeah, that
Like
was
I'm
good.
sure they serve the purpose of feeding worms after they go down, but no, I'm saying like I'm a curmudgeon asshole when I feel like it,
I don't think
and
you're
if I didn't,
as curmudgeony as a lot of other right wingers, if it helps
I
any.
choose to be curmudgeon and I
Yeah.
don't always act curmudgeon but
I
I
like
certainly
that
am
you're
curmudgeon in spite of.
yourself. It's refreshing. Most people are not themselves.
But
They don't know
no,
who
Kat,
they
I'm
are.
telling you, like I would if I didn't have the Bible telling me
Hmm.
what's right and
I
wrong, if
listen
I
to you.
didn't
I
have
believe you.
God's prescription for my life,
Hmm.
which I do believe in and follow as well as I'm capable of, I
If
obviously
I
follow.
hadn't been smited by
But
God
I
in
would,
every
I would, I would
step,
totally be a serial killer. When I
yeah.
watched Dexter, the TV show
You
Dexter,
watched Dexter?
of
Oh, you're
course,
sinful, Begon. You've
of
committed
course,
the
I've
sin of
watched
watching
Dexter,
Dexter. I love
but
Dexter. I've
I
seen it like seven
identified with
times.
Dexter
I
so
love
fucking hard.
Dexter. I really identified with him too. I would like to right some wrongs in the world, but the problem is that's not our job. It's the same old vigilante argument. That's up
Uh,
to God and
what
and,
if,
and, and
what if I
law.
tell you that the government is one gigantic vigilante organization?
I would say that you're wrong. They're a syndicate.
What makes
They're a
them not a
consortium.
vigilante
Remember the
group?
consortium from TBC? They're like that. They're like the Goblin Bilge cartel. They're not
What?
a. Mankind is like a consortium of criminals. They're not. What did you say they were? They're like a consortium of criminals. They're not. What you said? I forgot what you said. I'm sorry. I'm tired.
Yeah, you're confusing me now. You're like, oh, we're playing World of Warcraft, and they're actually just a bunch of wandering space Jews, which is what the
No, no,
Concordian
no,
really is.
no. I don't think the consortium. Oh yeah, the consortium was Draenei, weren't they? Yeah.
No, the Consortium are a bunch of mana monsters that
Yeah,
are
they were not.
basically
I thought that they
invisible
were
forms of spirit.
elementals, is what I remember. Right? Weren't they elementals? I
They're
think.
like ethereal mana monsters that are basically
Yeah.
held together by their wrappings, is my
Yeah.
understanding.
Yeah, but
Or maybe it's I don't know. They wear the wrappings, so they don't just show up as mana monsters.
they sway like all of the goings on in what's the name of the city? That TVC city. I can't think of it. I'm so brain damaged.
In TBC, they've got
Dollar.
that
That's not
one.
Dollarand. That's
They
Wrath.
basically
It's
run all of Netherstorm, and then they have one
no.
town in
What's the
Egg.
big city in TBC? You know, it's
No, you're not talking Shatrath. You're talking
Shatrath. Yeah, this is Shatrath. It is Shatrath. Yeah.
they don't run Shatrath. The Naru
The
run Shatrath.
consortium's in. Isn't there a consortium faction wing in Shattrath that pretty much dictates what happens in
No,
Shattrath? Don't they? That was my interpretation of the lore. I must have been wrong then. Sorry.
no. It's like a triumvirate with the Naru being the head.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
You
Yeah.
have the Naru, you have the Aldor, and the Scryers.
Yeah. Yeah. The Alldayerrydaybaby Scryers thing.
And the Scryers are Kael'thas's elves that decided to
Mm-hmm.
basically come to Jesus and stop being bad guys.
Fucking Kael'thas.
And then the Scryers obviously they are the Jernaic priests who weren't corrupted that returned to Shatrath after it was liberated by the Naru.
You know, I never got my hand of a doll
If
because
I'm not misremembering.
I missed the raid, the last raid we did in the expansion.
I'm a little bit fuzzy on the lore actually. I used to have it down pat, but I know for example.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you know, you're really good at it.
No, like I know the uncorrupted Draenei. Well, because WoW's also like they fucked up their lore so much with the expansions. But
Yeah.
I remember something about like they had the three spaceships, or not the three.
Oh, I remember now. You said the government is vigilantes. I thought they were a consortium of criminals.
Yeah,
You know?
I'm saying the government is vigilante. Vigilante justice is basically just someone deciding this is what the law should be. I'm going to make it this. Well, what's the government doing?
That.
Deciding this is what the law should be. I'm going to make it this.
Thank you. You provided very good clarity there. Yes, I believe it is
So,
actually a vigilante
like-
thing. Yeah.
Now, the Christian worldview, which I mean, it talks about in the Bible, is God allows governments to exist, even bad ones.
Yeah.
Even evil can serve a godly purpose, even if it's not obvious. There can be a godly purpose caused by evil things. So, I mean, hell, there have been horrible kings that the Bible says God put into power that are taking Christians and throwing them into ovens.
Do pastors make money?
Well, of course, they're paid a salary.
Yeah. What's the salary? Do you happen to know what it is?
It's case by case with the congregation. Usually, at least in Protestant churches, there's usually like a council of elders, you know, like a respected group of people.
How
that have
much
been at the
money
church a
do
long time.
pastors get paid in
that-
salary on average?
It's kind of like a boardroom, like with a
Yeah.
CEO and everything.
Yeah.
That's really
structure.
how a lot of Protestant churches. at least the
Damn,
ones
man,
I've
the
known.
average is 59,000. You should go be a pastor, Begon. You have a true
I
skill
would
at
never
it.
want to be a pastor. Fuck
Why?
that.
Why not? Why not?
Well, one, I'm not a person of that level of character.
Oh, yeah.
Two, I don't
Okay.
have biblical knowledge to be a pastor. I'm the kind of no, I'm not sufficient.
Now, why do you
I,
say you're not of that character? Because of like sexual perversions or something, or if you ever like committed a crime or something? Why would you not think that you? Can...
I am about as Deus Volt as you can get when it comes to sexuality.
Okay, I
mean,
wondered.
I'm not saying I'm-
You know, okay,
I'm
I
not
just
saying
wondered
I'm
what it
Aragon.
was. Yeah, me
Like,
neither.
if-
Me neither, buddy. I'm a sicko. You know.
If Catgirls
not a
came down
rapist,
to
but-
Earth on a flying saucer and I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't married, I'd definitely want to fuck some.
Yeah, I like cat girls. Who doesn't like cat girls? You know, whatever. I've played a cat girl all my life.
Let's say I like anime titties a little more than a nun that's lived in a monastery her whole life. But
I wondered. I wonder what your reluctance was. If it was like sexual or perhaps
No, I
like,
like-
maybe criminal or something.
I'm still
wonder.
pretty vanilla. Like
Yeah,
I'm
me too,
very
yeah.
vanilla. You
Yeah,
pull out the tentacles, you've gone too far.
Me too.
If there's
Yeah.
fur on the body and not skin, you've gone too far. That kind of stuff. But yeah, I can
Beyond
appreciate
that,
some
yeah.
anime titties. I can
yeah.
definitely appreciate some anime titties.
Do you think God shames perversion,
Well, I think
or
the-
I looks down on it? I guess is a
Well,
better question.
So, look, God created all of our wants and needs. God created human sexuality. He created us with the desire to do things, both good and evil, with our sexuality. He also charged us with doing good things with our sexuality. It's part of our free will and our choice, and you can decide why he gave us that. But no, I think there's a prescription that's biblical for our lust, and I think the Bible very clearly frames it as it's supposed to be a monogamous man and woman marriage. Anything that's not marital sex is a sin. The Bible terms it as becoming one flesh, and there's nuance in that. There's also ridiculous arguments. I've had someone argue that using a condom makes it not sex because you're not really touching down there.
Bullshit.
But
Yeah.
it's yeah, it's obviously a ha ha tee hee. I'm playing legalism here kind of argument. It's not a real argument.
Yeah, butt sex is
But,
not penetration, so purity ring sex is not sinful or
I
whatever.
mean,
So
sodomy is
that shit is
specifically called out
sodomy
in the
is
Bible.
really bad, and I can't believe they believed that fucking lie. It's insane. But there was like a whole emo scene in Florida that believed that anal sex was okay with God, but not vaginal sex.
Oh,
And
you've heard about Mormons and their soaking, right?
there's a lot of this sort of stuff. Yeah.
Do you know about Mormons and
Oh no,
soaking?
no, I'm sorry. I've never heard of soaking. No, I'm sorry, but I've heard of their like shaming of perversions and stuff. But yeah.
I mean, Mormons are a non-Christian cult. I
Yeah.
am very bothered by the existence of Mormonism,
I
but
am too. I wondered about that. I asked about Scientology and Mormonism
Mormonism
tonight.
is a pharisaical religion in terms of how a lot of their believers practice it, where they follow the letter but not the spirit.
Um,
So what soaking is, because the Bible talks about, like, the New Testament talks about one flesh and all that stuff, like monogamous and don't have sex before marriage. What the Mormons have decided with soaking is that, okay, I'll just describe soaking without the added commentary. Soaking is where a man and a woman get on a bed with one of them on the bottom, one on the top, and the penis and the vagina are touching but not
oh
inserting.
yeah.
There's not actual
Okay.
penetration. And then
Yeah.
what they do is they have one or more friends bounce the mattress
Yeah.
so that the
Yeah.
penis and vagina
So they can actually
commingle.
get over their like desire.
Basically, it's having a couple, man and woman, get naked, touch penis and vagina,
Yeah.
and then have someone else
No, it
use the
is. It is.
springboard of a mattress
Mm-hmm.
to bounce the penis into the vagina. And because the mattress's springing caused the penis to enter the vagina, it doesn't count as sex, and therefore you didn't break virginity or chastity.
Yeah.
That's what soaking is.
Yeah.
I don't know what magic underwear is, but they also have something called magic underwear. That's probably some Mormon lore I should learn someday. They also thought that skin color was basically like a thermometer for how sinful you were, and all black people were damned to go to
Ugh.
hell. They
Yeah.
also believe that all Indians, like Native American Indians on the North American continent and South American, are actually one of the two lost tribes of Israel that wandered their way from the promised land all the way to the Americas, fought a genocidal war against the true Jewish tribe, which they genocided, which were the Druze that left like the golden tablets and shit in the ground that Joseph Smith claims he found. And God cursed the evil tribe of Jews with dark skin. So just like the mark of Cain for killing Abel, they would forever be known by the whole world for their evil genocide of their brothers.
I do not condone this anti-Semitic commentary.
No, I'm
but,
saying
but
that's what Mormons believe.
I know. That's why I was like, but it's not his commentary.
Because the Bible talks about how, like, when the Jews left Egypt and after the 40 years in the desert and all that stuff, there were two tribes that didn't want to claim the entire Holy Land. Basically, they said, well, here's good enough. I don't want to go where God said to go. We're just going to stay here and plant our flag. Paraphrasing, that's basically what the two Jewish tribes did. So the two of the 12 split off, and the Bible, I'm pretty darn sure it doesn't talk about them after that point. They left, they forfeited their inheritance, bye. So that's what Joseph Smith did, is he wrote a fantasy novel about these two Jewish tribes finding their way to North America, fighting a genocide war, and the good Jews hid golden books in the ground to tell real believers what they should believe. And then Jesus visited them and told them all kinds of stuff when the New Testament happened.
Yeah, I remember hearing about this.
Like, they have paintings in their congregations of, like, Jesus, but in, like, an Aztec civilization, imparting wisdom on people. I've seen them. They exist. I'm not just
I
talking
think
about
I've seen
stuff
those
I found
too.
South Park.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
By the way, we are capped out on travel points, and I need to place one. Is there one you could delete, please?
Yes.
I very much need you to delete one. Like one on the starting island. I think we're done there.
Yeah, we are. The only reason I kept the starting island one is there's a copper mine there that we can continually farm.
We don't need that one.
You don't need that,
I mean,
right? Okay, then I'm gonna go delete it.
There's a copper mine on our island with the base, but yeah, I need some freedom to place some bases.
Yes.
Remember, I want you to delete those things. You need to go do the points, delete.
Yep. Sorry about that. I forgot.
Yeah, just let me know you got it.
And also, I believe I can turn in this quest now. Just so you know, for FYI.
But yeah, I'm obviously not condoning Mormon beliefs. It's the same as Islam. Christianity was already established. Christ already came, told us what to do and all that stuff. And then after Christ left to go back to heaven, someone came, talked to a demon, or at least claimed he did, and came up with a new series of holy scriptures that the demon told him to believe. That's what Muhammad and Joseph Smith both did. And they both lived as horrible criminals their whole mortal lives.
Wow.
No, Mormonism is the same as well. Okay, Joseph Smith
They're
didn't say
infidels to you, essentially.
Joseph Smith didn't say rape and murder everyone that won't become a Mormon. Muhammad did, factually.
Wow.
But like the idea of a crazy man that wanted to have sex with a lot of women communed with a demon in a cave somewhere and came up with crazy shit to subvert Christianity. That is true between both of those religions.
Yeah. Well, these are hot things you're saying, so I'm just going to reserve commentary. But yes, yeah,
That's fine, you can.
yeah, not hot, but sensitive.
Well, and like I recognize that most Mormons as people, because I have certainly in my own life seen some very strong exceptions to that rule.
Me
But
too. Yeah,
most Mormons live very good moral lives, and if
me
you
too. Yeah.
remove their faith from the picture,
Fast travel's gone if you need it.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, there we go. I'm good.
Sorry about that.
But yeah, if you remove their religion from the picture, you would say these people are like paragons of what we should all aspire to, and that's what a lot of Mormons try to aspire to, and a lot of the like there's a lot of fake Christians out there. There's a lot of fake Mormons too, where they do a lot of the living like good people stuff, but they don't really read their books either.
Uh,
Like most Mormons do not know their history of hating Jewish people and Indians and stuff like that, and black people.
yeah.
Most of them do not know about that, and actually most of that stuff was written out of their books in the early 19th century, I believe, or the early 1900s. Is, if I'm not mistaken, is when they retconned a lot of the really racist shit out of their books. But this is like the OG Mormon belief, and as far as I'm concerned, if you believe that all black people are evil, sinful monsters, and God tells us so because He made their skin dark, well, that's kind of where that is the founding of the feast.
Yeah.
I disagree with it vehemently. Obviously, God does not use skin color as a barometer of your sinfulness, or else, well, Europeans wouldn't be white. I'll say that.
Hmm.
How about this? If he used skin color as a barometer of sinfulness, Epstein would not be white.
Yeah,
Does that work?
I was trying to actually come up with that. What you were trying to
Like,
say
there's a lot
about
of ways
brain
for me to
dead.
pitch that as a ridiculous belief for Joseph Smith to have ever tried to foist on people.
Yeah.
Or actually, I'm not positive if that was Joseph Smith, because just like with the Islamists, they had the hadiths where after Muhammad, some of their like top scholars came up with more bullshit books to tack on as like add-ons or DLC to the main book. The Mormons had some of that too, and it's hard to look up. I actually have tried to look it up. Like I've tried to go on searches and try to find like some of their old books. I haven't been able to find them. Like that shit's been scrubbed from the internet as far as I am competent enough to find it.
Wow.
But
It's been silenced or whatever.
well, they have some crazy fucking beliefs. One of their beliefs they have today is that if you do all the right Mormon or what's the fucking word, the hokey pokey, you do the Mormon hokey pokey just right, and you get to the Mormon equivalent of heaven, you actually you get your own personal planet.
Oh
Like
my
you literally
god.
get your own personal planet that belongs to you and your family. Now, what's fucked up about that is think about this. Not all people love every member of their family, even in the
No.
Mormon family. Like if you decide to leave Mormonism, they don't go as far as Islam and want to kill you, but they'll kick you out of their house
No,
and stop talking to you.
they exile you. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's be when I was younger, that was the first Mormon I ever even heard existed in my real life was a Mormon girl that left the Mormon faith and she was actually staying with a Catholic nun while she got her life together because she was like a young adult. And she was actually attending my church. And one of my childhood friends was potentially wanting to date her, but she got a different boyfriend. But
Oh.
one of his lost attempts to find a girlfriend. Anyway, but I heard about that though. She decided to not be a Mormon. She just wanted to be a Christian. And they straight cut all ties, kicked her out of the house, and she was not prepared. She's the kind of girl that, without like the nun taking her in, might have resorted to prostitution just to get food money.
Yeah.
So But where was I getting at? Oh yeah, yeah. So the planet thing. So they tell themselves if you do the hokey pokey just right, you get your own personal planet with all your family forever.
That's
But
so weird. It's such a weird fantasy, you know?
but what if your family members hate each other? Are they now damned to an
Uh-huh.
eternity of living
On
with
the
people
same
they hate
planet.
because they all did the hokey pokey right?
Who do they have sex with to progenerate? It's just you and your
Like
family.
they're well, that's
There's
the
like an
thing is
incest there's like an incest implication sort
their
of.
their beliefs, like the Mormon
Oh.
specific beliefs, are so
The,
illogical and
the
inconsistent that
Simpsons made fun
it's
of this.
crazy.
You know what the Simpsons said about the Mormon church? And I remember what they said. They were like, I refuse to be a member of any church that will not let me marry my cousin.
Well, frankly, any church that will let you marry your cousin is not a valid church, in my opinion.
But I mean, they did that live on Fox. You know, they made that joke live on Fox, and Matt Groening did not pull back. He just full blown slaughtered the Mormons. He made so much fun of them. He called them Jebediah Springfield, and they separate their sex separate because one sex wants to sleep with their cousins and the other one doesn't. So bad. Oh.
And I love ragging on Mormons. Too bad my current profession does not allow that, and I have to be a very good boy when I'm not at home.
I am angry at Scientologists because I realized yesterday that Tom Cruise probably did give the Scientology church $900 million or something like that. Probably 9/10 of the money that he's made. They say he's worth like 2 billion or something, 1 billion, something like that in all the movies he's done. And we know that they all tithe at least 75% of everything that they make. Like
Well, they're required.
Scientologists,
That's
they're
part of being a
required to. You
member.
can't be in the church if you don't, because everybody else pays. So if you don't
Well,
pay, they don't want you there anymore, right?
so Mormons don't go
Uh,
that far with
no,
their
they
tithing,
don't. Not at all.
but
No,
they
no.
do to an extent. You know what Mormons
They
do with
do.
tithing?
I know that they keep a whole year. Now it's not tithing necessarily, but I believe it's supposed to be
It
like
is.
it's like a guy rule that they're supposed to keep a year's worth of food in their house. I think
Oh, so
that's the only thing I
they
know
do have
about them.
that. That's because the Mormons believe
Like rapture's coming at any
when
time or
Armageddon
whatever.
comes, yeah, they're basically
We're all gone to the rapture. Yeah,
Mormons have secret bunkers all over the place.
they do. They do. Yeah.
they run their organization like a business, and they
Uh,
take a lot of their spare funds for a lot. They do a lot of stuff with their money. Like they have investment properties and stuff like that. They own a lot of land in the states. They're one of the
Because they
largest land
tithe
holders.
90%, so they can buy endless
No, no, they
materials,
don't tie 90%.
or
But
whatever it
they
is.
do
Yeah,
believe when Armageddon stuff happens. I don't remember the specifics, but there's something about Armageddon and why they do bunkers. They do have apocalyptic beliefs about bunkers.
they
Whereas
do.
Christians believe if you're currently right with the Lord, you're just going to get well. I guess there's some nuance. Some people believe different
We don't
specifics,
know
but
what the rapture is. We don't know.
some people believe you're just going to get zapped up to heaven, and everyone that wasn't right with God, you'll have the trials and tribulation of basically World War apocalypse happening. And if you make everything right before the true end, when Christ comes again, then you can go to heaven still, but you're going to really hate your life until then. Anyway, I was trying to do them. Oh yeah, so I was going to preface this with again, a lot of Mormons are perfectly good people,
Oh
crazy
yeah,
beliefs
I
in my
know some good
opinion,
Mormons. Yeah.
but people wise, perfectly good people.
Perfectly good people. Bad
But
leadership, like everything else. Yeah.
but yeah, so one of the fucked up things of the Mormon Church, in my, I'll have a strong opinion on this one is, so they have regular salary reviews where they will take all their members and they have to have one-on-one meetings with a bishop, like one of their leaders in the local congregation they attend, and they have to show pay stubs, so the leadership knows exactly how much money they're making. And
Mm-hmm.
they do that to then calculate your tithe, which I think as a
Mm-hmm.
base amount is 10%. I'm pretty sure they're all just
I think
required to tithe
Mormons
10%.
10, which is huge. If you're making 200 grand a year, that is $20,000. That
Well,
is insane.
Well,
You know.
all Christians generally push 10% is like the
Oh,
yeah,
really? I didn't know there was
it's
a whole thing about that.
I
Okay.
don't I
I know.
actually
I
don't
know. I
remember
thought they
if
just
it's
passed the plate, as I
I
recall.
don't remember if it's hard to find in the Bible as 10%. I there might be, but I'd have to look it up and I'm not because it's beside the point. That's not the point I'm trying to make right now, so I'm not going to research it up to
Yeah.
remind myself, but
Yeah.
I have heard the origin before. But with Mormons, they do the review. You have to tithe 10%. If you don't, what they do is in every single one of their buildings, and I can promise you this is the case, in every single one of their buildings, they have the main chapel where they got like the pews that everyone sits in. They've got like the pulpit the pastor's up on. They've got the seats behind the pulpit or like the choir or whatever else will be going on. They got the organs. behind the pews, like behind all the rows where all the congregation members sit, they have a sectioned off area. So what they'll do is they have their, and this is pretty much universal. They have standards for how they build stuff. Is they'll have their chapel, and it will connect to a gymnasium. Between the chapel and the gymnasium, there will be a carpeted area that looks kind of like the chapel, but it's walled off. They have like folding walls that separate the gymnasium from the chapel.
Yeah.
And what they do is during services, if you don't pay your tithes, if you're not up to date on your tithing, they make you sit in the between area between the chapel and the gymnasium. And they take these folding walls and shut them. So they shut the middle area off from the gym and off from the chapel. And they make you listen to the sermon through loudspeakers in the ceiling. I am not
Wow.
joking. This is an
Wow.
actual standard at every single
No, I
congregation
believe you.
Mormon
Yeah.
practice. They know how much you make. You have to tithe it. If you don't, you go in the penalty box of shame where everyone knows you exist in the penalty box of shame, and you're not allowed to participate in the sermons because you have to sit in the back with the wall blocking you off from even seeing the preacher.
Yep. And
Yeah,
Scientology's worse. They all do this.
I know.
All these cults do this. I
Well,
hate it.
Scientology is admittedly a profiteering scheme.
It
L. Ron
is.
Hubbard literally said it
Yeah.
was,
There's not even really
whereas
a
Mormons at least
God.
don't say it. Now, I do believe that
Mormons
was
believe
one
in
of the
God, right? But the Scientologists believe in
so
Xenon from a
Mormons
billion
do
years
not believe in
ago.
God.
Oh, really?
Be,
Oh, I thought they did.
yeah.
No?
So Mormons do not believe in God in the way that a Christian understands God.
Oh, wow.
Mormons reject the divinity of Christ. If you
Wow.
ask a Mormon if they believe in Christ, they will say yes, because they are liars and they don't know or they choose not to admit that Christ
Damn.
is.
Begon's
No,
throwing smoke. Jesus
I
Christ.
I know my
I think you're
theology.
right. I'm
I
not
am
disputing it.
I
Yeah.
am not a college scholar, but I know a
Mm,
fuck of a lot more than most people.
mhm.
And there are gaps in my knowledge. I'm not saying I'm perfect, and I could be wrong on some
No,
particular
if there
things,
was
but
somebody I would trust an opinion about, it would be of this. It would be
so
you.
I like to think what I think and know what I know, and this is one of
Hmm.
those things where I'm like 99% sure that I know what I know on this part.
Hmm.
But Mormons, if I'm not mistaken, believe that what Christ did is he basically Jesused really hard until he ascended to heaven. He faithed really fucking hard until he faithed his way all the way up to heaven to be with God. Basically, they're Buddhists. You know, like Buddhists,
Wow.
they
Yeah.
believe that
Like the
every
overall
every
spirit.
cycle in the reincarnation is part of becoming
Hmm.
one with the Buddha, and eventually you just like transcend reality or
Very
some shit
good.
like that.
Yes.
That is
Reincarnation.
what Mormons believe. Mormons believe that Jesus Christ was not the Son of God. He was just a human that Jesus danced really, really hard until he ascended into heaven.
Did Joseph
Mormons
Smith
believe
tell them to
that
believe
Jesus was
this?
no different than you or I or anyone that will ever be, and that any of us, if we read the Bible and pray hard enough, can also ascend into this heavens. Mormons fucking if I'm not mistaken,
But
that's
that's
one of
not
their
true. If you rape somebody, you can't just pray your way out of it. You know what I'm saying? Or
yeah.
kill somebody, right?
I mean, any Christian is going to say if you're raping people, you're not living
You're
a
not
godly,
you're not
connected
going to
lifestyle.
heaven, no matter
It,
how much you pray.
no,
You
there's
know.
redemption. There's absolutely
Oh, is there
redemption. If
redemption
you,
for murder and stuff? I guess.
yeah,
Yeah.
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 Oh hell, look at Paul, Apostle Paul. He's like
Hmm.
the strongest one of. He wasn't even one of Jesus' followers. He was after Christ. He was one
Hmm.
of the Jewish Pharisees that was. He was literally the Deus Vult Jewish crusader for murdering all Christians when Christ first left us. He was the biggest persecutor of Christians in the early church. But when he was going to a town to go murder more Christians, that's when Christ appeared before Paul. Or well, he was Saul. It was his Jewish name. But that's
Yeah.
where Christ appeared before him, blinded him, and told him to go to whatever town it was and seek out one of the underground Christians. And anyway, when he actually met the Christian and joined the church, he eventually regained his sight, and then he changed his name from Saul to Paul. So Paul was his Christian name. I don't know if that's where the tradition of giving Christian names to like indigenous cultures that adopt Christianity came from, but it might be. I don't know. I haven't heard if that's how it works.
Yeah.
Anyway, so like he was a horrible murderer, a horrible persecutor of Christ, and Jesus actually turned him into. I mean, maybe there's some debate for here, but I'm going to say our Christ's greatest champion on earth, like the greatest mortal champion for the duration of his life.
Wow.
Like a lot of the Bible's writings are Paul's letters
Paul
to
stuff,
early
yeah.
congregations. I mean, whole books of the Bible are literally just Paul writing books to early churches.
Yeah.
So he was hugely influential. I mean, you have like Peter who went and founded the church, and he was also, if I'm not mistaken, he was the only one of Christ's disciples to live a natural life. Every single other one was martyred, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
I don't think anyone else like had a rock fall on him or something. I'm pretty sure Peter was the only one that lived and died of old age.
yeah.
So
I haven't
yeah,
thought about the apostles in 20 years. Yeah.
so Paul was very influential, and he was also a man who did horrible things in his life before Christ and after Christ. I mean, I don't think you can make an argument from a Christian perspective that he didn't go to heaven,
All
because
right.
everything we know from the Bible would indicate he sure as shit went to heaven.
Yeah.
So yes, of course there's redemption. Any of us can seek redemption. That's why I was telling you, like people that through people that the Bible states are abominations can still seek and obtain redemption. And that's the single greatest argument for not stoning them like the Bible says to, because they
Wow.
can still seek redemption. They can still change their minds. And that's something that as a non-Christian you should value from Christians, is if you're actually we're not always thinking about the Bible all the time. I certainly do things and I'm not always thinking about the Bible sometimes, but redemption is a very strong theme in the Bible, and
It
Christians
is.
believe their enemies can be redeemed. People who aren't Christians oftentimes don't believe their enemies will be ever be redeemed in whatever worldview they have, and that's why they advocate for the wholesale slaughter of anyone who doesn't conform to what they want.
Right.
Because they're irredeemables. Well, I'm not going to worry with these people. Christians see it as a sin to go end the life of somebody unnecessarily who could be redeemed and live a just, virtuous life. That person you saved could go on to save five more people, and you could
There's
save a
some
whole
logic in
village.
it. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump has been a great champion of Christianity, even though he wasn't a Christian until very recently, and he's a baby Christian. He doesn't know much about his faith yet, but I'm pretty sure he said, but there's no doubt that after Butler, he became a Christian of some level. Like he does believe God saved his life, and I believe that too. I mean, hell, what happened tonight, I would say, is a good example of he
You know,
definitely was placed in this position by God, and he still has God's blessing to be here.
it,
Because
it was a
these lefties keep trying to kill him, and they keep failing.
it
You know
was
what? You know who else had that happen to him? The last person I can think of, George Washington.
yeah.
That guy survived a lot of attempted shootings in the battlefield. The British kept trying to kill him. His clothes would be riddled with bullets, but not a single
Yeah,
one
they
touched his
hated
flesh.
George Washington.
Well,
Yeah.
George Washington is one of the big reasons why I would advocate that the idea that America was founded by God. Like God literally put the chess pieces on the board to create America, because there's miraculous shit that you cannot explain through worldly means that brought about America's creation. George Washington should be dead. I think without divine blessing, George Washington would have been dead, and
Yeah, how
there's
do
no
you
way you could argue
aggro
against that.
the entire Britannical, empire and not and
Well,
still live?
the
It's
French, as much as I hate the fuckers, the
you don't
French
like the
actually did.
French. What's your
I
argument with the
hate.
French? Why do you like French?
Let's just say the French are the one white people group I do like genocide for. But
Wow.
anyway,
Why? What
fucking
for?
French,
Why? Because they're gay or something? Why? Why?
bunch of
What if
cheese-eating
French
surrender
ever?
monkeys.
See, there it is. Yeah.
Cheese-eating surrender monkeys, all of them. They all smell like baguettes.
Yeah, we definitely had a hard time in World War II because of that surrender. You know,
Well, yeah, their surrender and capitulation
it
to
was not good for us.
Germany in both world
I
wars was
love
actually
France for the
very.
record.
Normandy wouldn't have, D-Day wouldn't have been the bloodiest day ever if it wasn't for the French just giving up.
Yeah.
Like population and militarily wise, the French should have been able to stop Germany, but no, they're just a bunch of pussies. Napoleon basically took all the all the good Frenchmen and killed them all.
I like French people. I don't agree with him.
Yeah, well, like obviously I'm saying this in jest,
The
but
French took over the world at one point, so they're not
there is no
obviously not.
situation where I'm not going to shit on French people.
Yeah.
There's no situation where I don't shit on them.
It's very common in America to dislike French people. It's like an
Well,
American
that's because
thing. It's
we
weird.
are historically English, and the English and French hate the fuck out of each other, and they have for
Yeah,
a long time.
very true. It's kind of like like video game
At
rivalries.
friendliest, it's
It's
like
like
a sports
Horde
team
and
mentality. At worst, it's
Alliance.
let's go fight.
Yeah,
You still haven't picked up your fucking backpack,
I
dude.
did. I did. I did. But
No,
I did. I did. I turned in the quest and everything.
it's on
It's
the
just
bench. You
I
have not
oh
picked up your
oh my
backpack.
backpack. I'm sorry. I thought you meant like my body. I'm sorry. Okay,
Every time I pick up, look at your backpack, it's staring at me, and you never pick it up. No matter how many times I yell at you.
I'm coming.
By the way, with farming, I've noticed when you put stuff on the sand, it doesn't really give much of a return. Bananas give some, but it's minimal.
Yeah.
But with the with the tier 2 stuff, you have to put farm plots down, and those take rich soil, which is like tier 2 clay, basically.
Yeah, I've been trying to find clay for you.
Those give a huge return. Oh,
Yeah.
we don't need much clay. I think we have a ton of it, don't we? Or do we run through
We
it?
have tier 1 clay. I don't think we have T2.
We might have run through. Well, tier 2 clay is called fresh soil. I have
Oh.
found it in one place, and that's that island in the northeast where I put down a two travel points.
Oh. Ooh, new
And there's a
bag. Yes.
there is a node called Ancient Farm, and that's where fresh soil can be found. It's the only place I've found it so far.
Are you going to bed? You want to kill some ships? I need 3 ships.
I do need to go to bed. Well, you can do that one. I did that one myself, just fine. Do you
Yeah,
have the
is it?
upgraded cannons?
Oh, no. I lost my ship, so I've got to refit, which is annoying.
No, you go to the wharf and you can repair
Oh,
your ship and get
that's
it
right.
back.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I thought I put the cannons in the ship, but they're not there anymore. It's just
Well,
weird.
you use the wharf. You have to equip them, not just put them in the hold. Because remember, the ship has its own inventory.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Make
Thank
sure
you.
it's like equipped and not just in the bags. So I'm gonna go to the factions quick. I do need to wrap up and turn down.
Yeah,
Like it's
it's
almost
I've
1.
kept you up too late. Yeah.
We always end up talking about politics and going way too fucking late.
I love these conversations, dude. I think they're
But
important, frankly.
I right now I'm grabbing some shit out of our bags or out of our what is getting to be too big of a chest stash. We need bigger chests. I hope there are bigger chests later.
Nope.
But I'm
Yeah,
grabbing our shit and I'm gonna take it to some of the factions and try to like see how far we can rep up.
yeah.
Because no, like right now our progression curve that I really think is most valuable is getting those pirate marks from killing pirates
Okay.
and repping them up with which faction is it? It's the higher level one, the Brethren of the Coast Waters.
I
Oh,
equipped this ship. I did it. I like really purposefully equipped this ship, and it doesn't have anything left. It's completely stripped, which is so
I
weird.
know it doesn't just get stripped. Something happened.
No, I did. I equipped 3 things. Like, what's the third? There's a third slot I couldn't find on the bench, but the
Third slot
first.
we haven't found yet.
Yeah. So, and I filled these slots, and they're not there anymore. I'm experiencing some bugs. It's
Do you have
annoying.
multiple ships? Because
Oh,
they don't carry
that could
across.
be it. Actually, yeah. This ship is
Because remember, there's different styles.
Oh, yes, I do have Brethren ship. Never mind. I think I put the cannon on the old ship is what it is. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, there's an explanation. It's not a bug. It's usually you did something goofy.
Yeah.
Did you pick up your backpack yet?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah,
Okay, good. I'll stop yelling about it.
yeah, that's okay. Thank you for making the backpack. Yeah.
Well, it's also helpful. It makes you more productive when you have it.
Yeah, a lot more. Yeah. Yeah, I did. Ships in distant waters is what it is. So then I have to
Nice. I
reserve.
just got a slave.
Okay. Oh, you got a slate like a follower?
I got a slave. His name is Mortar Joe, and he's really good at making gunpowder.
Oh, good. Well, right on.
Now we need to get the stuff to make gunpowder first, but when we get it, he's gonna be a good gunpowder slave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a camp follower. He cost 500 silver coins at the camp that I'm at right now.
We have this fast travel. Oh no, I need that one. Never mind. Maybe I should go do that. I guess. No, I have stuff in the south I want to do. This is a long game.
Yeah, this is a game that'll take us
A while.
over 100 hours for sure if we want to actually play it out, but they don't have the whole game out yet.
No, they don't. No, not at all.
The fourth biome tier is not released yet. I saw when I was looking through the
Ooh, fourth
researches.
biome. That sounds cool.
Yeah, they currently have 3 biome tiers out.
Yep.
So
Tropical
we are
sand
just
and.
putting our toes into the third one, or into the second one right now. Okay, I turned in all of our tokens.
All right.
We are like halfway. No, we are 2/5 of the way through rank 3, so we're not halfway to rank 4.
Do I share a faction or do I have to do it too?
I sure hope you share, but if you don't, oh man.
Well, I'll check, I
Okay,
guess. Here, I'll look.
you can check by. I don't know if you can check on your menus, can you?
I don't know. Let's see. I thought it was mentioned somewhere, but no, it appears not. No, factions are. How would you even know what your rating is? I guess I don't know.
You go to the guy where you turn in.
Oh, I haven't ever toggled the stat screen, and that's kind of interesting. Wow.
Well, anyway, the reason why it matters is if you go to the provisioner, because the provisioner is the one that sells like all the reputation stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. We did unlock a bigger ship that's actually better than what you have now. I'm
Cool.
buying it
Is
right
a
now.
destroyer? Right
No,
on.
Brig.
Oh, rig. Huh.
Brig.
Oh, brig. Yeah, this one.
Do
I
you,
have a.
do you know how many guns our ships have? Is it a 6 cannon or no? I think it's an 8 cannon gun ship is what we have right now, isn't it? Two in the front, three on each
Two
sides.
in the front, three on each side.
Or no, it's four on each side. So that's
Oh,
a 10 cannon.
10 cannon, I think, yeah.
I could be wrong. We have to look at the certain. Anyway, Brig, a reliable 14 gun ship.
Ooh, good.
Now, what I want, which takes rank four rep, is a frigate. Frigate, a vicious 36 gun ship.
And that's the second smallest one too. It probably goes higher than that.
Now, well, frigate's an epic recipe, so if there is higher, it might be
Oh,
tier four. Frigate might actually be the best ship in the game
yeah, it
currently,
probably is. Yeah, never mind.
which
In
means it
this,
probably takes tier three mats that we can't even get yet.
yeah, in this age of sail, frigate was the best, I think, actually.
Well, anywho's frigate, rank four favor, so we need to kill more pirates to get it. But it'll be nice. So yeah, right now we
Yeah.
definitely want to get ourselves some brigs because they have more cannons.
All right. I will buy one.
You make one.
Yep, make one. Well, I have to pay for it with mats though, essentially.
Yeah. Let's see what it even takes now that we have the recipe.
How many guns? 16?
Oh, I'm checking right now.
Yeah.
Let's see. Shipyard. Where is it? Oh, 12.
12. That's not
Oh, wait.
bad.
No, sorry. Well, it says main battery, 3 gun.
Oh.
So I don't know, but I know from firing it, there's 2 guns in front and then 4 on each side. So that's 10 guns total. So it should just be going from 10 to 14, which is still a pretty major increase in power.
If they go from like frigate to destroyer to cruiser to like, battle boats and stuff, like this game could last like 10 years, if they just keep releasing skins, basically.
All right, so here's the brig. Okay, and the Blackbeard brig, the one with less health, is definitely the only one that gets the 24-pound guns. Oh, it says main battery 6 gun. Oh, that's what it. Okay, so main battery is how many guns are on the sides. So it says main battery 6 gun. So it's gonna have 6 guns on each side and then probably 2 in front.
Oh,
But this does take tier 2 ingredients and it takes stuff that's only off vendors. So these brigs are a bit more expensive.
are we able to manufacture gunpowder now? Because I need 50 of it for a quest.
Nope.
All right, I just wondered.
Yeah, I have the same quest. I
Yeah.
haven't done it yet.
Oh, good. Okay, I wondered if I was like behind you.
Yeah, right now we really just get gunpowder from killing pirates.
That
And
sucks.
it's specifically the pirates that are on the ground, not the ship ones.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's a very nasty list of mats that we are not close to yet. It might be conceivable to get the mats in the near future, but it's going to take some recruit or some gathering even to get enough for one of us to get a brig.
Yeah. Well, I'll keep
It,
farming.
it takes 80 copper bars for one, so
Oh,
actually
wow.
mining some copper might not be a bad idea all of a sudden.
Yeah, I will go mine copper, yeah. Well, I can't when you're offline, but, yeah.
And we both need to go to bed, so I don't want to like leave my game running while I'm sleeping.
Yeah,
Plus,
I woke up at
puts H on the
5:30
computer.
today. Yeah, I've been up for a long time, yeah.
I woke up at like 4:30
Yeah,
myself.
you're probably
actually.
further, yeah, longer.
Yeah, but I can't. Well, I shouldn't be up this late, but I
No,
am.
you
Oh,
shouldn't,
well.
because it sets a bad, you start, like, wanting to stay
I
up
don't want to
later.
fuck myself up when I go back to work on Monday as well. I'm usually fine. My trick is to go to sleep at a normal hour and take a bunch of melatonin. Melatonin really helps put me down.
I heard a funny thing. What did I hear? Oh yeah, so Colleen Ballinger, the crazy like haters back off lady that sang the Toxic Gossip Train song. I don't know if you heard that because it's funny. She sang a song about melatoning her kids so she can have sex with her husband. And they're gonna cancel her like for real well this time. The group
What?
the
There's nothing wrong with that. Like they literally make kids melatonin. I gave some to my daughter on what day was it?
because she's
Friday.
like because it's a comedy song and she sings it. She's singing a comedy song again, another comedy song. She got canceled for the first one, but she went and did a second one, and she sings the way she sings it. She's like, "So I drugged the kids so we can fuck now," and it did not get a good reception. You know what I'm
Yeah, basically a bunch
saying?
of parents that don't know what melatonin is freak the fuck out because they're idiots.
Melatonin's fine. You can give your kids melatonin, but you shouldn't do it to drug them to sleep so you can, ignore them though. Which
Uh, I'll take that argument to a degree,
and
but certainly not to the point of canceling her.
she also put the kids' voices in the song asking for their mommy and her ignoring them. And it is one of the funnier things I've seen in a while. It's
Uh,
dumb.
I mean, that's not nice, but it's
No,
not
it's
that bad. But no, melatonin, all it, at least to me, all it does is it makes me sleep more deeply.
melatonin
Sometimes I
is
get wild dreams, which is why I take it. I love getting the wild dreams, but
Kava will do that too. Yeah.
it really does help me sleep through the night. When I take melatonin, I'll usually still wake up once to go pee in the middle of the night, but I sleep a lot more soundly.
Yeah. Melatonin is, in my opinion, the least harmful drug on the planet, basically.
Well, also when I take melatonin, I tend to sleep like more normal hours. Like if I fucked up my sleep schedule because I was partying late in the night for weekend gaming,
Yeah.
melatonin helps me get back on schedule.
I haven't used melatonin now since I went on sleep medication like 7 years ago or something. I'm going to pick up this body and then I have to go to the bathroom, so I'm probably going to call it there because I'll be gone like 5 minutes.
I just got a weapon for that quest to take out the three pirate ships. I just
Yeah.
turned it in.
Oh yeah.
So I got 10 letters of favor, which is a pretty effective rep item with factions. Let me check how much it gives. It might be really big. They give 10. So they're equivalent to 2.5 of the blue marks that we get from like sinking ships.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got 10 of those. I got a gun called a Buccaneer's Friend. And
Ooh, name.
I think this is a musket, but let me check really quick.
Ooh, I want it if it is. Ah,
Okay, it looks to be a musket.
yeah.
So
Oh,
it's
musket. No, I don't want a
special.
musket. I want a pistol.
It says, while standing still, weapon spread is almost eliminated. It
Yeah,
is a
that's
headshot
good.
sniper rifle.
Ooh.
No, while standing still, I'm looking at it. The bead, it's teeny
Yeah.
tiny. So
Yeah.
basically, this weapon will aim. It'll hit where you aim.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's headshots, but this is definitely the
I
headshot
think
rifle.
there is. Ah, god damn it. I keep dying to the same mob because I bought a new keyboard and I keep opening the Windows thing by mistake. So annoying. Now I have to fucking sail back there again.
I think we only have the two factions that we've actually found, so there's nowhere. Oh no, never mind. There's the coastal waters.
I watched the interesting insider like vets video about jewelry in this game, and the jewelry gets really good too. I think you can get like named jewelry and stuff that are really rare drops that you have to go back to the monument a bunch of times before it shows up. And I was like, oh, I like that kind of item stuff where you can get like a really good item if you try hard. Yeah.
I just got a slave number two. This one's a potion maker,
Ooh, sweet.
wasting all of our silver instead of saving it.
Fine by me.
Yeah, the people of Tortuga is where I picked him up. Wonder what Tortuga gives you. We're at rank one still. I haven't done any redemptions for Tortuga.
Yeah. I don't know.
Here's the faction guy. All right, so Tortuga, it unlocks it unlocks a merchant vendor in our town in our settlement that will sell natural resources. So fiber, clay, wood, stone. Later, he'll even sell like sulfur, hardwood, and tree bark. And then let's see. Oh, they sell the patterns for the privateers sets and the marksman set. So I don't think you can get more than 3 parts of those sets without getting the crafting pattern, which is why that's actually a big deal.
I'm going to piss my pants if I don't go to the bathroom, so I'm going to go do that. And that will probably take 5 minutes. Do you want to just stop now, or shall I come back?
Yeah, I'm gonna wind down and just go back to base in a sec. You
Uh,
can go ahead and log off if you
yeah,
want,
I think so.
and
I
I'll
hate.
I'll
I
shut it down in a moment.
Yeah, I got to take a shit, buddy. I'm gonna call it here. I'm terribly sorry.
No, that's fine.
Uh,
Good night.
good day, Bagon. Have a good day tomorrow. Do you play tomorrow?
I mean, I'm sure I'll be on my computer, but we'll see how my day goes.
Okay,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
I don't want to be. One of the nice things about not WoW rating is video games don't set my schedule
No,
anymore.
they don't. No, yeah. So it's like I was just wondering if you played. If
But
you don't, it's cool.
I might need
Whatever.
to do some wowing stuff though. So you said your healer's actually like hero geared?
Yeah, it's full heroic gear. No, more than that. I have a couple epics too from World Quest and stuff.
Well,
Oh, and I have a Darkmoon card. You know,
it sounds like you're not hero geared.
I am heroic geared.
No, hero is a classification of
Oh,
gear,
hero geared. No, no, no. I'm heroic
like
geared.
veteran, champion, hero, myth.
No, like one step above rags. I'm one step
Okay,
above rags.
so you're super ungeared.
I'm super ungeared. We would have to do some work in Mythic One.
Well, no, what you need to do is you need to get onto your delves. Delves are how you clean sweep a fuck ton of loot really fast.
Oh, okay, high level
It's,
stuff.
well, especially later because there, like you get delve experience, you get delve levels, and there's perks from it.
I haven't done
One,
delves like actually
well, it's the
seen it
same as
yet.
last expansion,
Yeah,
but there's a delve perk that makes the delves because initially only the bonus chest that takes a key to unlock has a chance to give you a hero level piece of gear.
yeah,
Normally champions what you're getting, occasionally veteran. But there's a perk that makes it so the normal chest at the end can also give hero gear. Once you get that perk, you get hero gear pretty frequently. Like my character just dinged yesterday, so
oh yeah.
that's first week stuff,
What class
and
are
he
you?
already
Oh yeah, you're evoker.
evoker
Yeah.
is my alt that I just brought up, but my evoker already has like 5 or 6 pieces of hero gear,
Wow.
partially because of the catch up event that's going on right now. There's an event where you just go do like constantly spawning world quests in a group,
Yeah. Yeah.
and you can get champion gear really quick. Hero gear takes a bit more time, but it's a way to force spawn it. There's no like weekly cap to it,
I.
but
I
you can gear up really quick with that though, even if you don't have the perk I was talking about for hero gear. But
yeah.
my guy's ready to start doing mythic dungeons basically, so that is something we could do is do like some mythic gearing. And mythics are okay to start off slow because you get mythic ratings. So like they rate you based on uh,
Yeah.
what difficulty of mythic. Oh well, you know this stuff. You're
Mhm.
talking about being deep
Yeah,
mythic.
I had method. I had well, I used method raid tools. I don't know if that still exists.
Oh okay.
I was like
Well,
ranked on method. Yeah.
each mythic gives you a score when you complete it. And the score is based on what level of mythic it was, so
Yeah.
higher level, more score, and how much time you had left when you completed your mythic. So the faster and the harder it is, the more points you get. But you need a baseline of score just to when you apply to groups, people can see your mythic rating and they can see
Yeah.
your highest
Oh,
difficulty
they hard
tier.
coded it to the WoW client now, did they?
Yes, it's default client stuff.
Okay.
So they know if your highest mythic you've done is a level 8 Sky
They can
Reach,
see that. Yeah.
it'll say like when you apply, there's two no there's three things that show when you apply. So you can see their highest mythic they've done like oh no sorry there's four things.
I think I'm 24 or something. 26, I
So
think.
you can
Yeah.
see their highest mythic they've ever done.
Yeah.
You can see the highest level of the mythic that you're doing they've ever done. So like you can see they've done level 8 Skyreach and level 6 Academy.
Yeah.
You can see their item level and you can see their rating because your rating is basically your veterancy score.
Yeah.
So one of the first things you want to do when you start doing mythics is run each mythic once to get like a baseline score. And then unless if you're farming for gear, you typically just like hop around and keep doing the mythic you have the lowest rating on to bump it up.
Do you know the bosses? That's my problem. I ran those dungeons a
I know most of them.
lot. I only dungeon ran for the 4 days that I was playing. So I know the dungeons, I know the bosses, but I don't know what the mythic ray calls are, or mythic class call, or what is it called? The phases are on the bosses. Do you have a concept of that? Because we'll have to read and research if we don't. We'll just wipe all the
For the
time.
most part. Well, no, Mythic Zeros are really
Oh yeah,
simple. Like
mythics are like basically heroic. Yeah, zeros are
Mythic doesn't start getting hard.
to like
Well, I
seven
mean,
something.
there's not like a real gear requirement for Mythic, I should say, until
No,
you
it's
pass.
knowing the shitty
Mythic 6 is like the
the
last
gimmicks.
training wheel difficulty. After 6 is when the difficulty
Yep,
bumps up.
I told you I was like it's seven, isn't it? Because I have done this. Yeah.
Well, from 6, it's then a rush to get to 10 as quickly as possible. Because 10, now you don't get the myth gear until like 13 or 14, like the highest tier of gear.
Yeah.
But at 10 is when you get mythic tokens, like the ones that let you upgrade your gear.
I would love to heal again. I loved healing, but my problem was is I didn't have anybody to heal, and I wouldn't commit to the raid guild. So
Yeah.
if
Well,
you give me
if I had a
somebody to
pocket
heal,
healer, it'd be a lot easier to get groups, that's
uh
for
huh,
sure.
I will pocket heal for you, and I am a good. I will say this with confidence. I am a good fist weaver, dude. Like I've been high rated and all that shit.
I am
So
entirely reliant on pugs right now, which gets kind of frustrating because
no,
pugs
I
aren't
want to
always
give you
very
healer
friendly to letting
cues.
you join.
For a young father, we should give you healer cues. You know what I'm saying? Because you'll get in 30 seconds. You know.
Well, yeah, sometimes. Well, no, we could make the groups. That's the thing. Is
Oh yeah, we can just make the groups.
if
Yeah.
you have a tank or a healer, people are a
Yeah.
lot more likely to hit your application.
Yeah.
If you don't have either one, like if it's just 3 DPS, they can be waiting a while before someone actually feels like hitting apply.
I might suck at this because it's been since Legion, but I don't suck at healing WoW. Like I don't think I died. I don't believe my character has died. I did the whole expansion without a death. I think, but yeah.
Uh,
I like healing dungeons a lot. I like healing five mans. That was what I always liked doing in WoW the most. I think. My problem is you like doing it enough times to remember all the bosses, and I've got brain damage now, so I'm gonna need like cues maybe at least from the mods. I don't think they let you use the mods that warn you about boss gimmicks anymore. They got rid of those at the start of midnight. So you have to actually tank spot the bosses, probably higher than probably higher than 7, or they're just gonna kill your party. And that makes me a little nervous. I don't know if my brain is up to that sort of thing, remembering all the boss gimmicks. If you can do that, I think we could be really successful. Go through to like 20 at least.
there isn't a 20 currently.
Oh no, it's only 16, is it something? Oh, so never mind. It's way different now.
It might be 18, but
Yeah,
yeah,
let's see what the highest key
no,
is.
they increase the key every mythic season.
Oh,
Just
I
right
didn't know
now,
what the
that's what it
system
is.
was. Yeah, I was never a Mythic Raider. I only did it for like 4 months in Legion. But yeah. Let's ask. What's the highest key in Midnight? What's the highest key currently possible in Mythic WoW Midnight dungeons? Highest key currently possible in Mythic WoW dungeons is +10 to +18, and the current top tier is at 18, and 19 is like the 3400 Mythic Plus rating. So we could try to push to 19. That's a good achieve, Big On. I think that is an achieved Mythic Plus at 3400 or something. Yeah, it is. It's a
Well,
Keystone
I'm
Myth
more
achieve.
just trying to get my gear and move along.
Yeah, I don't really want to get stuck in dungeons forever, but I love healing. I'll jump at a chance to do it. So if you
Well,
want me to,
dungeons are the end game. Like, I don't
yeah.
want to raid. That's so much work to get into raid groups.
Yeah,
I
it
did
is.
actually buy my way for the heroic ahead of the curve achievement.
I wondered. Oh yeah, I bought heroic Nazoth with Pedro. I like boosted, and I only ever boosted once. But he was like, if there's anything you should boost, it's heroic Enzoth. So I was like, okay, and I did boost one time.
Well, sometimes they require ahead of the curve achievement to like as a prerequisite to join groups,
Yeah,
which is
that
why I paid
too.
for it.
Yeah,
I didn't pay real money. I used gold because
yeah. Gold is yeah.
early in the expansion, if you're a gatherer, there's a lot of ways to make a lot of
Oh
gold
yeah,
fast.
yeah. I think I have like 45,000 or something, which isn't that much at all, but it is for a brand new character. She's a brand new character.
Oh, that's how I made my early schmeckles.
I did. I forget what she is. She's a Skinner miner, I believe. Yeah. If you're looking for the highest seasonal prestige, you'll need to aim for +18s and above to hit that 3400 rating, and that's the maximum gear reward in Mythics. There's been an Unholy DK rework, which changed the meta. When Devourer and Unholy DK rework happened, Augmentation evokers remain a staple for these record-breaking keys. So maybe you should roll aug. What's your current
Well,
spec?
no, my character is odd.
Oh, good. So
It's
you're in the right spec. You have
that's largely why I decided to roll a scaly because
yeah,
I
because it's
fucking hate
meta.
evokers. They have to be those dragon things.
Yeah, I can't believe they did the racial choice on that. It's kind of poor. It reminds me of oh god, in Final Fantasy 11, there's a
Check that link.
uh, there's a
That's the Warcraft logs for all classes in Mythics.
okay.
So it's got tank healer everything. So Brewmaster Monk is best tank.
Uh-huh.
Augmentation Evoker is best DPS.
Yeah.
Unholy Death Knight is second best
Oh look,
DPS.
Mistweaver's in the top 7. We can maybe do this. We have 2 of the top 7. That's fucking sweet.
Well, no, you're the second best healer,
Oh, I
is
would
what
say
it's
yeah, I'm the
saying.
second. Yeah,
It,
because
they,
yeah,
well,
yeah.
Resto Druid is basically tied with you.
You know
So
why, Begon? I can mass stun 50 targets for 5 seconds, which is so overpowered.
I don't know how to play Augmentation Evoker either. Like I need some practice.
Yeah.
I've been doing one button for
Neither
like
do
the
I. I've
base
never done
rotation,
Aug.
and then I manually press my cooldowns that
Mm-hmm.
actually matter.
That's what I do. Yeah.
Uh, but I haven't done augmentation since I was leveling, and my damage kind of sucked ass. So I don't even know if it's gonna be good. But that's what's meta. So I got to learn how to play it because my other character's a feral druid.
Mm,
Feral's okay, but it's not a pusher.
no.
On the tier
Feral's low on
list,
this
Feral's
list.
actually pretty low.
It is.
Well,
It's lower than sub, which is not right.
no, on this list, Feral's actually like right in the middle,
Yeah. I like this
upper
list.
middle even.
It's
It's better than balance on this list.
112 is the max. What is that score? 112. What does that mean?
I don't know. Meter go up is all I really
Right?
understand.
It's like some kind. It must be just the community rating or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I just know that if the meter's high, you did well, and that's what I care about.
Jesus Christ! This brewmaster monk pulled 1.3. How the fuck is he doing twice the damage of all the other DPS in the world? I'm on the wrong class. I should maybe take brewmaster. All these
Well,
other guys are pulling 5 to 7. This guy pulled 1.3. He's a tank. Why is Brewmaster hitting that hard? It's because AoE is so good.
do you want to rely on random healers to keep you up, or do you
No,
want to
no,
be the guy
no,
that
no.
takes you
I could do either. I have some experience with Brewmaster, especially with the one button macro. I have some experience with Brewmaster. I could do it. I know all the
Well,
moves
if
and all
you're
the
healing, you
classes, but
can't one button though. Like
no, I
that's
no.
DPS can get
Healing
by
you
with
can't.
it.
No, no,
Tank really
no, no. I
healers
can't healing. No, the rotation for Mistweaver Monk is you fist weave with what's the name of the ability? It's like Monk of the Sanctuary or something. I forget the name of it all. And then when somebody gets hurt below like 90%, you just have to channel your soothing mist, and then as Mistweaver always was, and you have to run the instant heal or they will die. It's not a role face class, and I feel confident playing for it and not embarrassing you either. I am a good Mistweaver. I've done it for 5 years or something like that.
All right. Well, I'm gonna log off
Yeah,
the
yeah. We
game.
keep
You
talking. Let's go to
definitely
bed. I've got to go to the bathroom so bad. I'll see you tomorrow.
later.
Peace. Okay, I've got to go to the bathroom, guys. I'm sorry. I'll be right back in like 5 minutes. finally done with the session. It started at like 1 o'clock. It's 1 in the morning. It's a 12-hour session. Jesus. Okay. My mouse. Oh, my cat. Is my cat here? My cat's not here. Oh my god. I thought my cat was here. Sissy, dinner. Are you here, Sissy? Are you here, Sissy? Where is Sissy? I thought she was in. No, she went back out at like 7 o'clock. Sissy. Sissy. You okay? Yeah, come on, Sissy. Come on. Come on, Sissy. I don't know why you went back out at 7. Sissy, where are you? Come on. Okay, I'm gonna get her a can of food. Sissy, you're letting cold air in. Where are you? Sissy. Good kitty. Yeah, you can eat your food, okay. so sorry I left you out there. I won't do that again. I'm sorry, I was so busy. I'm gonna feed you. We're gonna feed you, kitty. Yeah? All right. Yeah, I'm gonna feed you, kid. Now, don't worry. Sorry. Yeah, you ready? Okay. Okay, there you go. Poor kitty, she's starving. Well, you stayed out there for 5 hours. I didn't tell you to stay out there. I didn't want you to go out there. You went past me. You like ran out there. Then I forgot. I forgot about you. I'm sorry, sissy. I'm not very good with memory. There you go, love. I love you so much. I would never let harm fall you. Good kitty, good kitty. Okay, I am mixing. No, I already mixed the drinks. Oh. 1:30. I have been neglecting Eve all day. Oh, I got 2 storylines, I guess. 2 of them. Well, that's good. Mining and distribution, huh? Well, let's finish these. Oh, I gotta get my headphones on, and my headphones are low on power. I don't know where my pen went. Oh, maybe I do. Nice. All right, I think I want to do daily stuff. I should technically pay for WoW. Where is the free item? I don't see free here. This isn't free. Special free enough. Here we go. Free supply package. Black paint. Ooh, that's a cheap one. 300. I might buy that. Or no, the Mirelurk Steamer would be better. Maybe I can get something out of the chart. Probably not, though. 35 tickets. I don't think it's going to get me anywhere unless there's like 200 atoms somewhere I can claim. I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to get across like that. Take the gold bullion, I guess. That's always really good. Gold bullion is good for my high risk character, I guess. Okay, I don't want to play 76. I'm just in for the daily. I'm trying to complete missions and move on here. Oops. How is that right? How am I not in the right station? Did I already turn in? That seems wrong. You say there's no destination, which is fucking stupid. Oh god, don't spill anything. Hi, kitty. Hey, I was worried about you. I was like, you wouldn't show up when I called you. You okay? You didn't get hurt out there, did you? No? Okay. I love you, sissy. Moon 20, Moon 11. And a distribution that I haven't taken, I guess. And I'm back in the original station, so I'm just gonna take more, I guess. Yeah, I'm just gonna take more. What's the fucking difference? Fucking dumb. Take more. Take another level two, a couple level twos. This was a dumb like circuit that they had me do. Add waypoint. Yep, they're all really close, which is good. When this is done, I will take those other missions. Oh, I needed to be tracking locations. Oops. Good, and then add waypoint. Optimize routes. And then this guy. Accept. Okay, good. This should be fast. There we go. And I will get in on... I wish I could play Windrose, but I don't want to play Windrose solo. Oops.
Warp drive active.
Oblivion Remaster is 20% off.
Warp drive active.
Wait, you didn't upload? Oh no, you did, but
Docking
I didn't.
permission requested.
I didn't publish. Oops. Publish, go. There was no trips or anything. No. I should have just gone live. Oh well. Yeah, this is
Docking
slow.
request accepted.
The 424, and now I'm gonna upload 425. Got to get out a Winrose. Oh, thank you for the follow, Zoin Cosry. Okay, so going live and just chatting. Just chatting. Shut this window. Okay. Is this right? I don't think it is. I don't know. I'll just go on about
Autopilot
the
engaged.
business of hauling. I don't care if it's slow.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh wow, yeah, Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resync. That is actually coming. This is coming? It's $60. Damn. I don't need that though. I got Winrose. I wish you would sell me
Approaching
Oblivion for
Stargate.
like $20. I would buy it. It should have been the premier game in this. That and Crimson Desert and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. They did knock 50% off Kingdom Come Delivery 2, which is a good deal. I should buy Dark Souls Remastered because I don't own it. I've never bought it. I've always pirated it because I don't believe in being online on Dark Souls. Because it's just you just get trolled essentially. You either kick somebody's ass and steal all their souls, and it's usually a lot of souls, like 10,000 souls or something. So you feel bad. You're like, wow, I really fucked that guy. I took 10,000 souls off him or something, right? Or they fuck you for the 10,000 souls. It's not really fun PvP unless you're in the end game people trying to compete. You know. Hi, kitty. I captured you. You're my cassette. I'm gonna play you now. Oh yeah, damn. Are you in the mood? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I did leave you out there for 5 hours. You're not going to remember, kitty. You're not going to remember that I did that tomorrow. So why be mad at me now? Don't be mad at me now. You're going to forget by tomorrow. Love me now,
Autopilot
for tomorrow
jumping.
may never come. What's going on here? Oh, yep. So acquire the power on Skink. That must be that thing. Yeah, I'm guessing that's got to be that thing. So,
Warping to Stargate.
going out to Skink. Let's
Drive
load a
active.
YouTube video.
Approaching Stargate.
This region has a toxic atmosphere.
$25 for
Your
Bannerlord?
will
Are
be
you
required
serious?
For exploration.
Jesus Christ, software developers are fucking greedy now. Wait, these are all the things in the sale? I guess it is. Let's look at their RPGs and like sort, I guess. The new releases, top demos, popular upcoming. Oh, the Gothic 1 remake. Wow, $50. I can't believe you're doing that. Because they know that nobody's going to make any more good games. So they're just like, go back to your past. Which I can't stand. I can't stand software developers and their FOMO bullshit. Spend $60 on this game from 27 years ago that you beat 27 years ago and you loved 27 years ago, but you'll pay $50 for it again 30 years later. Isn't that kind of like selling me the same game twice for the same amount? $60 or something is so greedy.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I should have taken the diamog. I'm just going to go back to it. Okay, I think I'm... Ooh, the cool blue moon is actually really awesome looking. But we're trying to get to where I'm going. I'm trying to open the map, but you won't let me. Okay, so... Oh no, I need to go northwest.
Approaching
Yeah,
Stargate.
Northwest. Yeah, that's it. I think they could have made the lunar rover better.
Autopilot jumping.
Where's the entry to this place? Is that it? Is it some weird like thing about
Warping
doors?
to
Or...
Stargate. Warp drive active.
Maybe I'm too high up. Yeah, I am. Retrieve awaiting
Approaching
followers. Where is that? Oh no, where did I leave the robot? Why is the robot not following me? Okay, I don't know. Let's find a video to watch. Dating, Donald Trump assassination attempt. Things that just don't make sense about the assassination attempt on Trump. What?
So after the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, Donald Trump came back to the White House and had a press conference where he gave a statement, took some questions, went off script, and had some weird rambling moments. But for the most part, it was just insane. Like, he was normal for maybe 5 minutes when he was reading a prepared statement saying, hey, thank you to Secret Service, thank you to the police who were on the scene. But then after that, then he started talking by himself. That's when things got really bad. And he revealed some information in this press conference that I think is relevant, I think you should know. And I also want to show you things he posted on social media along with the latest updates on the shooting. So there's a lot to get through in this video. I don't want to waste any time. Let's just dive right in. Please make sure to subscribe down below, drop a like as well, comment. Let me know what you think about this whole thing. I know a lot of people out there have some thoughts, but we'll start with Trump's social media page because he posted photos of the alleged suspect. He did this right before the press conference. This is the first one, which is not much of a photo at all. It's just like the guy face down. Here's another one with his hands behind his back, once again, face down on the floor. He also posted video footage of the event where the shooter was tackled by police. This is inside the hotel they were hosting the event at. He announced that they're rescheduling the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He said they're going to do it within 30 days. Whether that happens or not, that of course remains to be seen. Anytime Donald Trump makes a promise, we know by now, we've been a decade into Donald Trump's involvement in politics, you never take him seriously. And he also described, this was the first statement he put out after the shooting, which I thought was kind of weird. He said, it was quite an evening, which I feel like when you're talking about a shooting, you just don't describe it that way, but, you know, Trump, the narcissist that he is, maybe thinks that's appropriate. So those are things he posted on social media. Then we also got some information about the suspect. The White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting suspect is believed to have been booked in a room in the Hilton in early April. Law enforcement tells me he is declining to answer questions, but allegedly made some reference to targeting administration officials, but was not specific, the official said. And so far, not cooperative.
I like this guy's Harry Sisson. I've always liked Harry Sisson. I think he should go far. Absolutely.
If not responsive to questions, I don't imagine that that's going to change.
Man, you've got like a Clark Kent thing going on.
Anytime soon. A lawyer is probably going to tell him to
I should get glasses like that, maybe.
Shut up and be quiet. Not that it would be much use at all, but nonetheless, he's probably not going to answer much questions about a motive, so that kind of remains to be seen. And through all of this, this is how some MAGA influencers were reacting online. So we're learning more about the shooting. Trump is posting photos of the suspect, and we have MAGA influencers taking selfies, taking selfies at the event and like posing for the photos after a shooter was taken out by Secret Service. It just strikes me as a little tone deaf. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But before we get into the press conference from Donald Trump, let's hear some actual updates from a reliable source that people can trust. This is the chief of police with Metro PD talking about what the suspect had on them at the hotel during the event. Watch.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I'm Jeff Carroll, Interim Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department. This afternoon, this evening, members of the United States Secret Service and the Metropolitan Police Department were here at the Washington Hotel for a site detail for the Correspondents' Dinner. As the mayor mentioned, at approximately 8:36 tonight, an individual charged a U.S. Secret Service checkpoint here in the lobby area of the hotel. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives.
What? Why?
As he ran through that checkpoint, members of law.
What are you playing, Doom? How are you gonna fucking try to kill the president with a pistol and a shotgun, you fucking idiot? You don't think your target might be a little higher tier than that, a little higher class? How the fuck are you gonna push an FBI, CIA sanctioned fucking, like, I would say basically stronghold? It's like a stronghold, right? How the fuck are you going to pull a stronghold kill with a shotgun and a pistol against all of the FBI and all of the cops? That's not going to happen. Why did you do this? You were really just committing suicide to let the world know that people want to kill Donald Trump, I guess. You threw your life away for that? How many meals did you eat in your life? How many meals did you throw away? As you push the CIA contingency, or the Secret Service contingency, same thing, you know, the Secret Service contingency, you push them with a shotgun and a pistol as what, a distraction? It would work as a distraction as you die. You threw your life away so you could brandish a shotgun and a pistol at some fucking hotel, you know, fucking Secret Service agents. It's just sort of insane. that choice of action. It's like you threw your life away. You got in over your head, I guess, or something. You threw your life away so you could not successfully attempt an assassination. Fucking stupid.
Enforcement from the United States
Yeah, they got his ass. He's down.
Secret Service intercepted that individual. This is a very preliminary investigation at this point. We do know that law enforcement exchanged gunfire with the individual.
This one's fucky. They're like playing old Wild West, shootouts with Wyatt Earp and fucking Wild Bill Hickok and all that in the middle of a hotel fucking like media correspondence dinner, like some kind of Call of Duty mission or something. Fuck these fucking stupid fascist bootlickers. Fuck them and their stupid right-wing asses. Fuck this guy for trying to use what leftist liberal hippie do you know has high-powered rifles or like shotguns or pistols that they're going to try and kill somebody with? What leftist do you know acts like that? Nobody. No leftist in America acts like that. Maybe communist leftists and nutty genocidal maniacs do that, but we don't like push hotels with shotguns and pistols. What?
We do know that a U.S. Secret Service uniformed division officer was struck in his vest. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He seems to be in good spirits at this time.
Yay!
The suspect in this case, he was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital to be evaluated.
Okay, well, a lot of useful information there, that he was carrying a shotgun, handgun, multiple knives, that a Secret Service officer was struck but was apparently wearing a bulletproof vest, according to some reports, so he's going to be okay, which is fantastic news during all of this. I will say it is still weird to see Janine Pirro standing right there, but thankfully, she's not the one in charge of giving us the information about what's taking place here. Now we get into the press conference.
Why is Janine Pirro there?
That Donald Trump had, and I had to include this clip. I streamed my reaction to it live while the press conference was going on, and this is something that genuinely made me feel sick in my stomach. It sent shivers up my spine. It's so cringeworthy and just disgusting. But Kash Patel, FBI director, a lot of stories going around about him right now with his alleged drinking on the job and many more things going on with him. But he got up to the podium after the Attorney General, Todd Blanche, the temporary one at least, spoke. And Kash Patel, one of the first things he did was just suck up to Donald Trump. And you'll see what I mean in this clip, but it is truly appalling. It's like a North Korean level of sucking up to the
Thank you, Mr. President.
What are you doing?
The president's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365.
You're drunk. You're drunk right now. You're drunk right now. You know who he reminds me of? Never mind.
Your leader. Watch.
General, thank you, Mr. President. The president's absolutely right.
You're drunk. You are slurring your words. You are drunk right now.
Right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President...
He doesn't open his lips.
Fire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel.
We have an FBI director right now who...
Look, Trump is falling asleep at his assassination press conference. You can see it, he's falling asleep on his feet.
When tragedy strikes, when there's a
he's not all there at all. He's not even barely there.
Shooting like this, his immediate reaction is to thank the President of the United States. The FBI director is meant to be nonpartisan, right? Just somebody that does the job, knows how to do the job, has been in the FBI for a while. We have a podcaster as the director of the FBI, and I think the reason he got up there and complimented Trump is that not only is that basically...
Yeah. The only thing a podcaster is going to be good at is podcasting. What else are they going to be good at? It's a full-time job. I know, maybe they might be good at video games or driving like me, but that's the three things that you can do when you're a streamer. You can be a content creator, you can learn how to rock an OBS and a microphone and do all the stupid software developer jumping through the hoops that you have to do to keep all this running and all this stuff. You can learn how to do that. You can do that. But you probably spend all of your time doing that, and all your life is understanding what being a streamer is, what being what your other two hobbies are, like music or politics or whatever the fuck, and that's all you have time for. You do not have the time to be this savvy, and I can't believe I'm going to use this as an example because I fucking hate him, but you're not like Hoover. You're a lot more like Paul Blart, This guy resembles Paul Blart to me. It's kind of insane. Even though he doesn't look like him, his attitude is like Paul Blart. And it's like, I don't want the mall cop running our FBI. I'm sorry, I really don't.
The requirement of the Trump administration anytime you're giving a public statement, but his job's on ice. I mean, we have a lot of reports that he might be next in the firing spree that Trump is on. And so, of course, the first thing he does when he gets up there to try to save his tail is, "Oh, Trump, you're so great. You inspire the officers. That's why they were able to get this done." No, we're not doing that. He should have just got up there and thanked the Secret Service, thanked the police who were actually on the site, and not did what that was, which is just like, "I love you so much, Donald. It's so great. It's so cringy. It's so weird." Then Donald Trump got up at the podium, started speaking, and he is using the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner as a justification to build the ballroom. I'm not joking. He's trying to combine the two and use the shooting as a justification to do the ballroom. It is so maddening, and that's why I say, like, this press conference was truly psychotic. Just watch.
And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, it's not a particularly secure building. And
yeah, if they can push your front door with a pistol and a shotgun and damn near reach you, this is not a secure building. What were you guys doing? You guys have all the world's trust money in you, and you risk your life by going to a hotel with no security?
I didn't want to say this, but
you're not a professional. I didn't want to say it either, but you're not a professional. You don't make us look professional. You make us look like greenhorns. You showed up to a no security festival for fucking journalists. You hate journalists. Why were you there? Okay. Of all the things in the world that Donald Trump hates, there's probably two things, right? Journalists and Jeffrey Epstein. And it's just crazy to go to a party of journalists who all want to talk to him about Jeffrey Epstein. Those are all the things that he hates. Why was he at this thing?
This is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually
Attributes. Attributes is a word normally used to describe somebody's statistics in a sports game or a video game or an RPG. Why are you using the word attributes? It's because you're completely senile.
A larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone proof. It's bulletproof glass. We
No glass is bulletproof. You're fucking dumb.
need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service. That's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted
That's why the Secret Service and the military are demanding the ballroom.
the ballroom for 150.
I can't believe you brought up the ballroom. It's because you're senile. Trump, stay on target. We're on assassination attempt on your life today, 3 hours ago or whatever. Now you're doing a press conference about it in the fucking Oval Office or whatever, and it's just fucking insane. Hey Trump, do you remember that there was an assassination attempt? Who is the president? Do you know what year it is? And I'm dead serious. Do you know what year it is? I saw you fall. Would you like to see him fall? He fucking fell. When they pushed him forward off of the podium, he fucking fell like an old man, and I guarantee he probably broke something. If he didn't break a bone, he definitely bruised something and herniated something. And he took a minute. He took a minute for them to get him back up again, because it's like, oh no, old man's fallen and he can't get up. Jesus Christ, why are you drawing our attention to that?
50 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before.
Like, what are we doing? There's a shooting and then you talk about your ballroom? I mean, what are we doing? We have incompetent losers leading this country, incompetent morons. One who gets up there and sucks up to Donald Trump, and then Trump gets up there and talks about his personal ballroom that he's building with a bunker. And that's apparently needed because there was No security at this Hilton hotel? Like, what is he talking about? It's just so absurd. And this is like a talking point for MAGA for some reason. Meghan McCain.
Maybe I should wear one iPod.
Who, you know, after being...
It's not that dumb. It's dumb because you don't have full 360, 7.1 surround sound, right? You just don't have it. You don't have that. But you do have one ear open so you can hear the real world, and you can understand how loud your voice is and all this other stuff that I don't do.
Insulted by Trump, having her family insulted by Trump, still sucks up to him, said, I don't want to hear one more effing criticism of Trump's new ballroom at the White House. What does that have to do with anything? What?
Why did the ballroom come up with Meghan McCain tonight? Jesus Christ. He's worried that the one thing he wanted he's not going to get. He's like, I want that ballroom. It's my actual legacy. The rest of you idiots, you'll all be dead in 50 years. He's not wrong about this either. I'm sure he probably says this too. He doesn't say it to their faces, but he probably says it to his wife or whoever his best friend is. He'll tell them, right? He'll be like, these idiots are gone in 50 years and nobody will ever remember their fucking name. And it's true. I won't remember Meghan McCain. I won't remember. I'm sure Meghan McCain's family will remember Meghan McCain, but nobody in America is going to remember Meghan McCain in 2067 or whatever, right? 2077 or 2087, something, 2077. And Cyberpunk 2077, no one is going to remember who any of these fucking people were at all in any degree except for Trump. That's all. And he knows it, right? So he brings up the ballroom because he knows that's the only legacy that he can actually leave that they can't get rid of. It's like, oh, I modified the White House and I made it a lot nicer or whatever, right? It's like a slumbag improvement, basically. It's a slumlord improvement, basically. And Trump has just basically damn near been blazed by two mercs, and the only thing he can talk about is his ballroom. And I saw, like, I make up that story. Would you like him to talk? You see him talk about the ballroom again? I'm sorry. Would you like to talk about how a lot of people seem to want to kill you all the time? Would you like to talk about how you were in the Epstein files 8,000 times? Would you like to talk about how you rode the Lolita Express? Would you like to talk about how, you wrote letters to Jeffrey, sweet poetry? Like, it's just fucking weird. And you don't want to talk about those fucking things. You just want to talk about your ballroom. You went to the press correspondence dinner where pretty much every single one of the guests at the party that you went to wants to ask you about being a child molester. Why did you go to the fucking correspondence dinner? It's crazy that an assassination attempt happened. But it's also sort of like, why did you go to the fucking White House Correspondents' Dinner? That's the press. They fucking hate you. You spent the last 10 years saying that the news is fake and that nothing that they do is good, or suing them for $1 billion, or being like, you're just an unpleasant woman, or whatever kind of shit that he does. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, you went into a den of vipers. They of course draw their pistols and their shotguns and try and kill you because you're the worst slumlord in history. And then you talk about your ballroom at the press conference afterwards. You don't talk about the dudes, or you don't do the fist pumping stuff that you did in Butler or anything like that, trying to pull the crowd without, losing or whatever, right? But you didn't do any of that. You just talked about the ballroom like that somehow, some way, other than how we laugh at you about it, it's somehow, we laugh at you, I'm sorry, but we laugh at you about that fucking ballroom. It's the biggest joke in American history almost. It's fucking stupid. We laugh at you about that ballroom. People are going to remember for hundreds of years, and maybe that's what he's after. Remember me, right? But no, it's like you immediately bring up your ballroom, which is so fucking weird. Somebody blade shots at your fucking ass like a Call of Duty Black Ops fucking zombies or whatever, Fucking somebody tried to blaze you like Black Ops. You know what I'm saying? and you're talking about your fucking ballroom. And it is sus. It's the sus, weird, shitty actions of a totally guilty, totally fucking morally bankrupt, totally fucking rapist, totally fucking warmonger, fucking liar. And it's just weird. And it's like, and the first thing you talk about is your ballroom. Maybe we should talk about your assassination attempt that happened 2 hours and 8 minutes ago. You don't think? You know what I'm saying? I think we should maybe talk about that. No, we have your fucking tool, Meghan McCain, talk about a new ballroom on her Twitter, instead of talking about the assassination attempt that you're acting like it didn't even happen. Remember Butler with your fucking fist in the air and how proud you were, and maybe you clinched an election with that kind of thing. And remember all that grandstanding and shit that you did? Where did that go? Because in this one, you just fell down like an old man when they pushed you out of the way of the. You know what it is? It's the theater. They pushed you out of the theater, and they pushed him. They pushed him. They're like, "Get down, Mr. President, get down," and they fucking pushed him. And he fell, and then he couldn't get up like an old man for like a good 20 seconds or something, which is just insane. And it's just like, God damn it, man, every single fucking bit of your body that's sending some kind of indicative symbol of what your mood is indicating that A, you're senile, B, you're self-destructive, by C, you're fucking stupid because you went into a den of vipers, and honestly, they should be vipers to you, but you've been calling them fake news and suing them for billions of dollars and stuff, and then you chose to go to a dinner with them and then stage an assassination so you could talk about your ballroom. And it is the fucking ramblings of a mad king. It is, King Roderick or whatever from Lord of the Rings with Grima Wormtongue. It is like that. We've got Grima Wormtongue, fucking Peter Thiel or whatever, whispering in his fucking ear, or is it it's Steve Bannon, I think. We got Grima Wormtongue, Steve Bannon, whispering in your fucking ear about all the people that slight you all the fucking time, and how you can't pay attention to anybody who loves you anymore because that gives them power, and that's not good for the state, and all this terrible shit, right? And it's just fucking crazy. You got Grima Wormtongue, fucking stupid ass Steve Bannon, whispering in Trump's ear every single fucking day as he talks about going to jail if Trump loses, which is just insane. And that's what's going on. You're senile, you're bringing up the ballroom, but you're actually off topic. The topic of this press conference, you fucking piece of shit, diaper dinosaur cocksucker, and I'm gonna fucking say it straight to your fucking face, and I hope it gets back to your fucking face. The topic of this press conference was the assassination attempt 50 minutes ago. It's not fucking the ballroom. You're senile. You're way more senile than Joe Biden. You should have been canceled way earlier than Joe Biden was. And we want you the fuck out of here. You're talking about the ballroom, except Trump. You were just pushed by two assassins, not just one. Two assassins just pushed you like it's fucking Tenshu assassins just showed up here, sneaking through and sticking shotguns in the face of your SS guys like they're not scared of them and shit like this. And you talk about your ballroom, and it's because you are senile and you've let rich people co-opt and ruin the country that you love so dearly. You don't love this country, Trump. You sell out to the highest bidder. You fucking talk about the ballroom on your assassination attempt like you can't even keep the fucking story straight. Which lies are you fucking telling? Is it the ballroom lie? You seem to really want to tell the ballroom lie. But I mean, we're currently on your assassination attempt lie. Did you forget what day it was? Stick to the Steve Bannon schedule. Get lectured by Kash Patel. Jesus fucking Christ.
Why are we talking about the ballroom?
Why are we talking about the ballroom? Why are we talking about the ballroom? I don't know.
I'm so confused by what MAGA is doing with this shooting. I'm so confused.
I am confused. It's weird. It's like the ramblings of a senile old person who lost themselves there for just a minute. Now, they're still there, but I mean, they lost themselves there for just a minute, and they forgot that tonight is the assassination attempt, not the ballroom. That comes like Thursday or whatever. And he messes up his cues like a bad actor because his brain is fucking scrambled.
Of all things, they decide to talk about the ballroom, and so many MAGA influencers are tweeting this exact same thing. So I don't know where they got their marching orders, but it is incredibly strange. Then Donald Trump also decided that this was an appropriate time to talk about the war in Iran. Of course, what else would he be discussing? Take a look.
It doesn't happen to people that don't do anything, and it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I really love Tweedledee, Tweedledum, and all these idiots trying
It's Keystone Cops.
to figure out how to walk off stage after Trump just said that. But of course he's talking about the war in Iran because he always finds a way to loop stuff like this in despite what's going on. Even if there's a shooting, he'll find a way to talk about the ballroom or the war in Iran. Just like a disaster press conference. And he spoke about other things in this. He even at one point described being president as driving a race car. He compared the two. He said they're both dangerous jobs, which was a really weird part of the speech that you really just don't need to see. He did it for like a minute and a half, just somehow making that analogy. You don't need to see it. But that was Trump's press conference along with some other news updates. Very weird, very weird. But of course, safety is the number one thing. I'm glad that everybody in that room was safe.
Nobody died. Nobody died, and I really like that. Usually somebody dies. Even the assassins usually die, So the new Final Fantasy XIV expansion is named Evercold. Oh, look, Hysteria did Carolyn Levitt. Let's do that.
Now here's another Levitt live.
I love Hysteria and fucking Alyssa Mastromonaco, the coolest person on YouTube.
In the campaign, she repeatedly bragged that her parents worked their way up from nothing.
And, I'm not talking about Hysteria. I'm talking about fucking Alyssa Mastromonaco.
And got no handouts ever. Except that
There she is. I love Alyssa. Alyssa has a good brain. Like one of the best in the world, maybe. I swear to God, people don't make them like her.
The truth. You see, her parents gladly accepted a handout from the federal government during COVID. The company received $250,630 in 2 paychecks per.
What? For pandemic aid that we gave Carolyn Levitt $260,000? I'm sorry, I need a COVID check for $250,000 too, please.
Protection program loan.
If we're just blowing taxpayer money, I need a $200,000 check too, please. It's inconsistent if you don't. You better send all of us $250,000 paychecks like Carolyn Levitt, or it's inconsistent.
February and April 2020.
Well, you know what we say on this guy? It's not socialism if it helps white people. Welcome to another episode of This Guy, the show where we
It's not socialism if it helps white people.
Making America worse and explain why they suck. I'm Erin Ryan, host of Crooked Media's Hysteria podcast.
And I'm Alyssa Mastromonaco, the other host of Crooked Media's Hysteria podcast.
Alyssa, have you ever seen the movie Election?
Oh, yes, it's a classic. 1999.
I love Election.
Reese Witherspoon and Matthew Broderick.
It was genuinely hilarious.
A hard-driving, ambitious student causes him to get involved in sabotaging a student government election. Reese Witherspoon turns in a generationally iconic performance as the annoying tryhard Tracy Flick.
Tracy Flick.
Well, Alyssa, it occurred to me while I was researching this episode's subject that MAGA has its own Tracy Flick. It's Caroline Levitt.
Yes, ma'am.
Who went from failing to become the youngest member of Congress ever to succeeding in becoming the youngest White House press secretary ever.
Wow, the parallels are uncanny, down to the way she holds her face.
I know, now you can't unsee it. So let's be fair to Tracy Flick here. Flick seems to at least have some original thoughts of her own. And all of Levitt's thoughts and opinions are copy-pasted from the addled brain of Donald Trump and have been since she was a teenager, as you'll see.
Really?
On one hand, you have to respect
Since she
her
was a
hustle.
teenager?
Apparently, Levitt has got the work ethic of a border collie on cocaine. But that sort of work ethic driven by ambition for ambition's sake is a recipe for, at the very least, a deeply obnoxious person. At most, the political equivalent of the scary cop Terminator.
So let's get into the life and times of the 28-year-old White House press secretary who is poised to be the youngest woman.
Look at all these shark sycophants we've got running our leadership. I want them all out. Every single last one of them terrify me. They've got all these weird, crazy personality issues. I just need you to seem like a government person that's actually benefiting the public. You guys have some kind of crazy peanut gallery thing going on where you're all like imagining that you're Jason Bourne in some kind of spy flick or something. And I'm sorry, fucking stupid ass Kash Patel, you're not Jason Bourne. I'm fucking sorry, you're not. You're Jason Bourne if he was denied oxygen for 50 hours, you know?
Ever to throw her back out, flaring her nostrils. Caroline Claire Levitt was born on August 24th, 1997 in Atkinson, New Hampshire.
97. How does somebody 15 years younger than me run the goddamn government? That seems fucking insane. Shouldn't that be like a 52-year-old man or woman? What the fuck is a 27-year-old doing running my government? That's a little too young. I think 27 is when you start nesting and have a baby. It's not when you run the gnome world.
To what she describes incessantly as a blue-collar middle-class family.
That's Caroline with a K. She'd fill in the other two Ks later in life.
And when I say she talks about how down home in red state she is, I mean she talks about it constantly. Since before her frontal lobe was even done developing, she's been on a Justin Timberlake-style world tour, promoting herself as Miss Middle Class USA.
For as often as she tells her own story, you'd think she'd be able to get it straight. But there are some weird variations in how she talks about herself, depending on who she's talking to.
Oh no, she lies. The lies change on depending on the day and the person listening. That'll go well in politics. If you lie one day and then change your shit depending on whoever the fuck you're talking to, might I remind you, it's the age of the cell phone. They might actually record you and then play it back.
They're in a quintessential,
like what's happening right now,
New England town of 2,000 people. I grew up in a middle-class, blue-collar family. I'm small business owners.
This is just some script that you're running, and it's like your how to become a politician script.
Family owns businesses here.
It's written by an AI, too. It's an AI script. You're such an idiot.
Business family. Small business family. Grew up here.
Small business family. Small business family. What do they call this? The petite, what is this? The petite bourgeoisie, right? I'm petite bourgeoisie. I'm from a small family with a grocery store like Richard Nixon. Fuck you and your weird fucking mind fucks. You guys are such mind fuckers. You're like mind rapers. You're like mind rapers.
Here in a business family. I grew up in a business family. Like, my family is not political at all. I was raised in a family that was not political at all. Middle class, working class people.
My family was not political at all. They were just idiots.
This family, working class.
Idiot right wing.
She's salt of the earth. Just to clarify, according to basically every profile written about Caroline Levitt, her dad didn't own a trucking business as much as he owned a used car dealership.
Right, trucking business sounds so much more red state, though. Her family also owned an ice cream shop where Caroline worked.
No, I bet it's a complicated lie. I bet he has some kind of business moving trucks around. And it was a vague thing that he did for a little while, and she's using that as a blinder for what it actually was, which is a used car salesman. But I mean, like, no, he probably did actually move trucks around, or she wouldn't have said it, I guarantee it. This is probably not a lie. It's just a very, very engineered truth.
Worked during the summers. Levitt's two older brothers were athletes. Caroline was an athlete as well, playing multiple sports, but really...
One of the problems with people from back there in small towns and stuff, if you lie about them in the tabloid rags, that might get you canceled in your hometown. And that's a disaster. If the people that you grew up with won't even speak to you anymore, that comes out in the press. The world finds out about that she's been excommunicated in your hometown and stuff. So she's got to be careful.
Excelling at softball.
Fucking knew it was gonna be softball.
You know what? What press secretary doesn't love softballs? She was good enough at World Under.
Oh!
Handed heave-ho.
It was a good joke.
That she earned.
I made Alyssa laugh. It was funny. It is funny.
An athletic scholarship to play.
Yeah, softballs are all a press White House chief press executive knows.
D2 college softball at St. Anselm's College, a Catholic school in Manchester, New Hampshire.
She was okay at softball in college. Okay, but not great. She started in 36 games her freshman year and was even named Conference Freshman of the Week once. But after that, her softball career kind of fizzled out. Her heart wasn't in it.
Her heart was in aggrieved whining about how mean people are to conservatives on college campuses. Like many college conservatives, she found her perfect outlet for her complaints in her school paper, where she proved to be a pretty shitty
please do not write about this in your school paper. They always pull the school paper. When I was like 13 years old, they were pulling some school paper of like, who was it? It was some scandalous dude. It was, some politician. Who was it? There was a politician who like, he wrote in an old like college newspaper his like racist views, and I forget who this is. I can't remember the name, but it's a famous example. I'm sure the AI could probably figure it out, but I don't want to stop. But yeah, and like and yeah, it's just insane.
But don't take my word for it. This is from an August 31st, 2016 Levitt byline. Quote, "The liberal media, it is debatedly the most appalling factor of the entire election cycle, besides Hillary Clinton somehow dodging an indictment, of course. Liberals themselves will never admit it, but any rational and open-minded individual can see the ever-present bias that engulfs the media day in and day out. Major news stations such as CNN, ABC, and MSNBC might as well come out and endorse Hillary Clinton." End quote.
Wow, a budding Susan Sontag.
She also wrote a column claiming that Donald Trump's Muslim ban wasn't actually a Muslim ban. So she's been a whiny and kind of dumb-sounding Trump copy-paster since before she was old enough to buy lottery tickets. And this should be a lesson for all kids with dreams out there. If you're really good at sounding stupid, follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars.
According to a Politico profile, Levitt's first national TV appearance happened in 2015 when she went on a Pancakes and Politics town hall hosted by Matt Lauer.
Pancakes and Politics? What is this fucking... What is this? This shit is so dumb. It's like they all watch Parks and Recreation and then rip it off.
This is pre-Me Too, Matt Lauer.
These people absolutely do watch Parks and Recreation and rip it off. That's who they are. That's their personality. They're preppies. They're preppies. They don't have their own personality. They just have their parents' money,
when he was still flying high hosting the Today Show.
On that fateful day,
hosting the Today Show. Dear God, why? I could tell from your picture you don't have any talent.
To ask then candidate Donald Trump a question. Her question was, quote, "Mr. Trump, as everybody knows, and I personally appreciate, what would you like to say to people who think you are too harsh to be the next
I don't know
president?"
that man's name.
She's been kissing that man's ass for so long that her lips and...
I don't know that man's name that I just really ripped. You know what I'm saying? I don't know his name. I don't care what his job is. I can tell from your fucking picture... I can tell
after the shooting at the White House
Why did you
Correspondents'
do
Dinner,
this? You're
Donald
so
Trump
fucking bad, you worthless software developer. Please stop doing
the
this.
Today Show.
On that fateful
You know
day,
I
baby
didn't skip
Caroline,
back.
just 18 at the time, was given the opportunity to ask then candidate Donald Trump a question.
So after the shooting at the White House...
Why are you doing this, you worthless piece of shit
So
software
after the
developer?
shooting at the
I am
White
not
House
trying to go back
Correspondents'
entire fucking video, you worthless piece of shit software developer. What the fuck's wrong with you? What are you... Oh, because I have some kind of key being pressed? Is that what it is? You're acting like my control key is being pressed. But I don't have a control key being pressed.
Donald Trump...
Oh my God. Are we going to load the video I clicked, or are you just going to act like I didn't do it?
So after the shooting at the White...
Jesus Christ, man.
Mass stars.
According to a Politico
Founding tickets. Whiny. Claiming that Don. End quote.
Wait, we went
Then
too
ABC
far, I
and
think.
MSNBC might as well come out and endorse Hillary Clinton. End quote.
Wow, a budding Susan Sontag.
She also wrote a column claiming that Donald Trump's Muslim ban wasn't actually a Muslim ban. So she's been a whiny and kind of dumb-sounding Trump copy-paster since before she was old enough to buy lottery tickets. And
Oh
this should
my
be a
God.
lesson for all kids with dreams out there. If you're really good at sounding stupid, follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars.
According to a Politico,
Follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars is actually a really good line, and I'm gonna fucking use it. I love these writers. They're actually really good writers. Like, you can tell, Hysteria does not use AI. She's like one of the few. She's not letting the AI like take the opportunity. She's writing her own stuff, you know, and it's amazing. Ride that stupidity to the dumbass stars, and I love that. That's such a good turn of phrase. That's these people.
Sounding stupid, follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars. She was old enough to buy lottery tickets. And this should be a lesson for all kids with dreams out there. If you're really good at sounding stupid, follow your stupidity to the...
A lesson to all kids out there. I'm gonna put this in a song. Because it's funny. It is funny to me. It's funny. I don't think it would ever be funny to anybody else, but it's funny to me. It's funny. Like, I write songs the way that David Bowie writes songs, and there's a whole word for it. I could pull it off the AI, I'm sure. What's the name of the process that Bowie used to write his songs? What's the name of the process that David Bowie used to write his songs, where he would like jumble, like, you know, sentences from different pieces of poetry together? What's the name of that? Cut up. It's called cut up technique, right? Bowie famously adopted this method in the 1970s, most notably while writing the Diamond Dogs album, which is how we got Rain Dogs. Continuing through his Berlin trilogy, the process is exactly as you described the method. He would write out pages of sentences, phrases, or diary entries, and then physically cut them into small strips with scissors, and then he would jumble them. He would shake them up and rearrange them at random on a table to see what new surreal associations emerged. It was a way to bypass his own rational brain and discover metaphors or story ideas he never would have consciously thought of. Yeah. Mickey Mouse has grown up a cow. There's so much good stuff in like is there life on Mars and all that. So yeah, I'm heavily influenced by William S. Burroughs as well, who had been using the technique in literature since the late 1950s. Burroughs was the original, yeah. So I was like, who did this originally? And it's Burroughs, right? But it's called the cut-up technique. And I love the cut-up technique, and I've been engaging in it quite a lot in my music lately. I don't have to write good lyrics if other people write them for me. It is a form of intellectual property theft, essentially. But yeah, I'm gonna jack Hysteria with this beautiful line that she came up with, because it is a beautiful line that I would use to describe the modern kids. Which is, what did she say? And I swear to God, I'm gonna cut up technique this into a crazy song about heroin addiction or something like that. It has nothing to do with, it has nothing to do with, like, hysteria or any of that stuff. I am stealing her bit. I'm stealing her bit, but I mean, I'm too brain fried to write all of my lines anymore. It's probably the same as her.
The dumbass stars.
According to a
Good at sounding tickets. And this should be a lesson for all kids with dreams out there.
This should be a lesson for all kids. This should be a lesson for all kids out there is also a really good turn of phrase. This should be a lesson for all kids out there. I love that line, actually, for some reason. This should be a lesson for all the kids out there.
If you're really good at sounding stupid.
If you're really good at sounding stupid. If you're really good. Oh, why would you? Okay. If you're really good Sounding stupid. If you're really good at sounding stupid. No, I typed out the word stupid and they thought I wanted stupidity for some reason.
Stupid. Follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars.
Follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars is such a beautiful turn of a phrase. Follow.
If you're really good at sounding stupid, follow your stupidity to the dumbass
Follow your
stars.
stupidity
According
to
to
the
a
dumbass
Politico
stars.
profile, Levitt's first national TV appearance happened in 2015 when she went on a Pancakes and Politics town hall hosted by Matt Lauer. This is pre-Me Too Matt
Now,
Lauer.
okay, follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars is actually a really good hook. It's a good lyrical hook. You could use it as a, what do they call that? A chorus line, right? You could say, follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars. Follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars. Follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars. You can make a song out of it, and you can have that be the hook, the whole chorus line and everything. Follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars. And it would appeal to kids. It would appeal to 15-year-old kids. You know, the way the you know, the old like novelty songs used to appeal to kids, like you know, like Coolio or Weird Al Yankovic or whatever, right? If you want to write a weird song for kids, you could do a song about follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars. Follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars. Follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars. And I'm going to make a song called Follow Your Stupidity to the Dumbass Stars. It is stealing it from her, but the problem is, I don't think she even knows how good it is. It's so good in a certain way. It sums up these social media generations. Follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars. What she said is quite beautiful. It stood out for me. I'm sure I'm drunk and I'm over, you know, obsessing. But I mean, that is actually a really good turn of phrase. I had to use it. I'm going to use it in a song.
When he was still flying.
In a song about follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars, because that's actually a really good hook. It would be a good rap song.
High hosting the Today Show.
On that fateful day, baby Carol.
Follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars. Follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars. Follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars. Tell me that doesn't have a good hook. It is a good hook. Even if, I mean, you'd have to use it like a hook to make it sound good, but it has a hook. It's that good of a statement. It's like that good of a fucking turn of phrase that you can literally use it lyrically as a fucking chorus line in a song. Follow that stupidity to that dumbass stars. Follow the stupidity to the dumbass stars. Follow the stupidity to the dumbass stars.
Just 18 at the time, was given the opportunity to ask then candidate Donald Trump a question. Her question was, quote, Mr. Trump, as everybody knows...
If you're really good at sounding stupid, follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars. Follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars. If you're really that good at sounding stupid, follow your stupidity to the dumbass stars. See, it is like lyrically actually really beautiful what she said. It's something that she would hear out of like Shakespeare or something like that.
And I personally appreciate. What would you like?
I've always thought this woman is extremely intelligent, like probably better than most of the people on YouTube. She's not playing, I mean, she's playing 3D chess. She's got so many different games running right now against the culture, the people, everybody, and she's got them all in check. She's actually maybe the best on the service right now.
Like to say
she knows it too. You can see it in the joy and the glee in her eyes. She's brought older generations in and proved that they could dominate YouTube too, which is a really refreshing break. I love Alyssa Mastromonaco, and the proof that she's there is really important to me. It's proof that my job can be done by anybody of any age, be it 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, and 10. I don't think it really matters. My job can be done by anybody of any age if they've got talent. It's talent.
To people who think you are too harsh to be the next president.
She's been kissing that man's ass for so long that her lips and his butt are common law married.
Yep. And we know Trump loves being flattered, so of course he complimented the question and claimed to be a nice guy before launching into a complaint about how people running the country are stupid. By the end of her sophomore year,
you're running the country. You're stupid.
The slow publishing turnaround of the campus newspaper and turned her sights on her true passion, being on television. She started the St. Anselm Broadcast Club, a group for other aspiring Matt Lauers.
Matt Lauers? Oh my God.
newspaper and turned her sights on her true passion, being on television. She started the St. Anselm Broadcast Club, a group for other aspiring Matt Lauers. Levitt scored a job with a local TV station and covered the 2016 election, too. Thanks to her college's place in America's archaic primary system, she even got the opportunity to rub elbows with such bastions of truth as Tucker Carlson and that creepy one who reminds me of a pig with a nose job?
Brett Baer.
Brett Baer, yes. After the rush of Donald Trump winning the presidency had subsided, Caroline's Kids Club put together its own YouTube channel and racked up tens of views.
Women are so funny that when they actually like just fire their shots. When women send it, it's actually so funny. Like when women decide that they want to take a shot at you and they make a joke about you.
Require help carrying any items, I will assist.
Oh no, did somebody bust me? Nobody saw me, I don't think.
May I help you?
The old Xeno warfare team battling against...
Oh, really? I have to load? God damn it.
For those listening instead of watching, I need to describe the quality of these videos. Like most college clubs, the broadcast club couldn't afford its own fancy studio. So instead of trying to make do with what they had, they green screened each commentator into a higher res photo of a fancy TV studio, giving the whole thing a low budget Tim and Eric vibe. Spaghetti.
Joining me to discuss Trump's changes so far is Hillary Clinton supporter and our very own
Hillary Clinton supporter.
Tom Mannion. As an avid Clinton supporter and Democrat, how did you
As
feel
an avid
starting
Clinton supporter,
watching Trump swear into the Oval Office?
You know, it was very symbolic, and even as a Democrat, I love to see the peaceful transfer of power. It doesn't happen in a lot of countries, and to see it go from President Obama to President Trump was very touching.
And I mean, everyone can expect the peaceful transfer of power in this country. That's what makes America so great.
Yeah. Wow. So you admit it? You like the peaceful transfer of power?
She got better at sitting behind a desk and talking in the direction of a camera as time went on, like when she experimented with pretending to type before looking up at the camera as though startled. Anyway, this is why people practice, to get better.
Levitt applied for an internship working for the Trump White House.
yeah, I would definitely do something smaller than this before I try to do that. What? No, I just reloaded an auto save.
We got a live one here. UC security.
We got a live one here. Fuck you, asshole.
Something she's recounted in interviews with awe as something she literally applied for online.
I have not eaten today and I'm not hungry. It's really weird. Or no, did I have something? Yeah, I had falafel at like 10 a.m. It's 3 in the morning.
So filling out a job application on the internet.
Is that weird?
That is a splendid novelty, like the chocolate river in Willy Wonka's factory. Well, Caroline ended up getting her golden ticket from the man with the golden toilet and won an internship to work for the Trump White House the summer before her senior year. At the time, White House internships were generally unpaid, which is incongruous with Levitt's allegedly middle-class upbringing.
Yeah, where would she get the money to survive in D.C. if her parents were such business bumpkins or whatever?
Right, like plenty of small business owners are successful enough to bankroll their kids' unpaid internships into their 20s. Like, how do you think we staff art museums? But this red state poverty legend building is something that upper middle class people do all the time to boost their blue collar bona fides. Caroline's dad ran a used car dealership. Car dealerships are the #1 producer of millionaires in the American economy. Given the unpaid internship of it all, I'm highly
Wait, used car salesman actually does make you $1 million or whatever? I always thought it was like a fucking $250,000 a year life.
Suspicious.
But I mean, after 4 years, you might have, well, not 4, but like 20 years, you probably might actually have $2 million.
That Levitt's claims of being middle class are exaggerated. And to me,
why cars?
Grew up legit without money. That is a form of stolen valor.
Fair enough. Caroline's first job was in the correspondence office, which means she read random letters and cards that people sent to the White House and responded to some of them.
Levitt was offered a job as assistant press secretary after graduating the following year, working mostly under Kayleigh McEnany.
Woo!
Haven't heard that name in years. McEnany was the 4th press secretary in that tumultuous first Trump term and has somehow parlayed about 9 months of sniping at the press from behind the podium into a lucrative career in the neon orange studios of Fox News. She was also Levitt's mentor.
In January 2021, Levitt joined then Congresswoman Elise Stefanik's office as communications director. That is a big promotion.
Unfortunately, that placed Levitt inside of the U.S. Capitol when the January 6th insurrection happened days later.
Levitt was understandably shaken up by the violence, like any sane person would be. After the attack was subdued and Joe Biden's 2020 election victory was certified by Congress, Levitt shared tweets praising Mike Pence and critical of the rioters, as well as referring to a Capitol Hill police officer who directed insurrectionists away from members of Congress as a hero. She still hasn't spoken publicly about her experience in the U.S. Capitol that day.
And those tweets somehow magically vanished from Levitt's feed by the time she embarked on her next chapter, running for Congress and losing. In July 2021, the irritating 23-year-old announced her candidacy for New Hampshire's 1st District on the same local ABC affiliate that had been her part-time employer in college.
I'm running for Congress to protect my home state of New Hampshire, to serve as a conservative fighter and a conservative firewall down in Washington, D.C.
It's like shocking to
so
see how much she's changed her face.
Yeah,
Sissy.
but not her lingo.
No.
Sissy.
From there, she embarked on a media blitz, hitting the Fox News flagship channel from what appeared to be another Tim and Eric level set. Now, New Hampshire's 1st District is not that significant nationally speaking, and the odds were long. Levitt was up against 9 other candidates for the GOP nomination, including another former Trump administration employee, a smarmy college Republicans type named Matthew Mowers, whom Trump had endorsed when he'd run for the seat in 2020.
Early polling showed Levitt only netting 7% of the vote among the primary field. In politics, we refer to those numbers as not good.
But here's the thing that Levitt had going for her. As a young, perky, blonde woman who talked like a scared, angry old man, she was catnip the MAGA media, and Caroline hustled to get eyeballs on her. She appeared on pretty much any podcast that would have her, including Steve Bannon's War Room podcast several times over, and that's how she became one of his favorites.
Still, Levitt was having trouble rising to the top, so now ask yourself, what would Tracy Flick do? First, work her ass off. The Politico profile of Levitt claims that she went to Manchester every day and knocked on doors from mid-afternoon until it got dark, totaling a dizzying 78,000 doors.
That's so many doors. Years later, one of her funnier lies would be that her boss, President Donald Trump, always had a large bruise on the back of one of his hands because of how many handshakes he gave. Now, by that logic, after knocking on 78,000 doors, Caroline Levitt should have had hands that looked like purple baseball mitts from all the knocking. But she didn't. Anyway, so the second answer to the question, what would Tracy Flick do, is bring other people to the bottom. In the film Election, Flick rips down her competitors' campaign posters after being driven to the brink of a nervous breakdown by increased competition from the other 2 candidates in the race for student government president. In Caroline Levitt's story, she flies down to Mar-a-Lago, and rather than asking for her former boss's endorsement, she asks President Trump to not endorse anyone in her race.
Clever girl. She knew that she didn't have the numbers to support a full-throated endorsement, and Trump hates losers.
Prior to the Mar-a-Lago meeting, she had been doing some very important sucking up for an audience of one. Levitt had been the most vocal candidate in the primary field to latch onto the big lie that the 2020 election was stolen from President Trump.
Oh, no.
Her slavish devotion to Trump's favorite falsehood, and probably also his weakness for blousy blondes, was enough to convince him to refrain from endorsing in the race for Republican nomination in New Hampshire's 1st District, and so Caroline's hopes remained alive.
All this big lie touting was rich, coming from someone who was physically in the Capitol when rioters who believed said lie had rained violence and terror on the building's inhabitants, and who had tweeted in support of Mike Pence and the bravery of the Capitol Police in the days after the mayhem.
A little fib about a whopper. Levitt is like a matryoshka doll of lies. Now here's another Levitt lie. During the campaign, she repeatedly bragged that her parents worked their way up from nothing and got no handouts ever. She told a local newspaper called the Eagle Tribune, quote, "My dad came from nothing and worked his way up, created a successful business that my brothers now work at. He didn't take any handouts from anyone. He reminds me of President Trump. He says what he believes." She also made that claim in a video on her campaign website. One of her favorite bugaboos was the so-called socialism of Biden's Inflation Reduction Act.
Except that wasn't the truth. You see, according to WNUR, a local New Hampshire TV station, Her parents gladly accepted a handout from the federal government during COVID.
Of course.
Quote, data compiled from the U.S. Small Business Administration show the company received $250,635 in 2 Paycheck Protection Program loans in February and April 2020, as well as 2 economic injury disaster loans totaling $160,000 also in April 2020. End quote.
Well, you know what we say on this fucking guy? It's not socialism if it helps white people. As the primary grew closer, Levitt kept appearing on whatever right-wing freak's podcast would have her. This gave her national reach and allowed her to raise a ton of money from an important donor base. Fox-pilled, middle-aged dudes in places far from New Hampshire. In the first 48 hours of her race, she raised over $100,000, and the money kept rolling in from the uncles everybody hates to see coming on Thanksgiving. Overall, her campaign raised $3.8 million.
Sounds like she was great at raising money.
Well, kinda. We'll come back to that in a second. Levitt has always been adept at jujitsuing her weakness into strength. One pivotal moment during the campaign was what is now known as the hoe bag ad, which was put together by a PAC supporting Mowers.
I'm Caroline Levitt. Yep, that's her. Levitt pretends she's a conservative, but really she's just a woke Gen Zer. Worships Fauci's mask mandates. Records everything. Listen up, hoe bags. Wants to bring her generation's new vision to Congress. You know, mooching off her parents, running up huge credit card debt. Woke, immature, and
Credit card
irresponsible.
debt.
Caroline Levitt for Congress? No, not a chance.
Hi.
Defending Main Street is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Woke, immature, and irresponsible would be a great tagline for a show that I would watch. It's true that Levitt did rack up quite a bit of credit card debt. On her financial disclosure form, she admitted that she had between $10,000 and $15,000 outstanding. But Levitt kind of leaned into the accusations the ad made about her. Every age-based attack gave her more fodder to claim that she was both an aggrieved victim and a fearless conqueror.
Straight from the GOP playbook.
Levitt's loudly courting the most far-right voters in the Republican primary, combined with her semi-underhanded quest for Trump to withhold his support from her opponents, combined with her psychotic willingness to do whatever it took to get herself in front of as many voters as possible, paid off. She pulled off a surprise victory in the primary.
Our conservative voices cannot be silenced.
Yes, they can.
The future of our beautiful, great, live free or die state is ours.
The night she won the primary, she was approached by 2 interviewers, including local reporter Stephen Porter. One of the interviewers pressed her about the 2020 election denialism, which she had thrown herself headfirst into in order to be the most MAGA to ever MAGA. Levitt reiterated her commitment to the belief that Joe Biden hadn't actually won the 2020 election. Porter followed up by asking her how she could be sure that she'd actually won the primary then, if elections are so prone to fraud. Levitt ended the interview abruptly and stormed off. The Levitt flounce was born. Hysteria is brought to you by Willie's Remedy. Are you tired
Levitt
of waking
flounce.
up hungover, worrying about what happened last night? If you're not, you should be. That sounds exhausting. Now you can have fun and relax without any of the regrets with Willie's THC-infused social tonic. Finally, an alcohol alternative that actually works with an uplifting euphoric buzz you can really feel without any of the negative side effects. A lot of non-alcoholic alternatives promise a great feeling, but don't deliver on the buzz.
Look, this guy's selling blend. It's just like alcohol mixed with marijuana.
With Willie's, you'll feel relaxed and euphoric in only 15-ish minutes. Willie's is a premium THC-infused social tonic crafted by the legendary Willie Nelson, so you know he knows what he's talking about. Inspired by Willie's way of living, where peace flows freely and hangovers are a thing of the past, it's a low-calorie, low-sugar alcohol alternative that actually works, delivering a fast-acting euphoric social buzz without the regrets that come with alcohol. Willie's social tonics come in 5 milligram and 10 milligram doses with a best-in-class flavor experience. So smooth and balanced, you barely realize you're drinking a THC product at all. You can enjoy the tonics as a shot, sipped over ice, or mixed into your favorite mocktail. My favorite way to enjoy Willie's is mixed with a cherry-flavored soda. It tastes so good. Just some tips. Willie's is not that feared edible you ate too much of in college. Each bottle of Willie's is third-party lab tested for accurate dosage, so you can trust and customize your experience. Willie's unique blend of THC, CBD, CBG, and L-theanine delivers a feeling of
Wow,
calm, clarity,
that's a lot of
euphoria, and
stuff.
relaxation. One shot of Willie's helps you relax, unwind, and de-stress. It's perfect for taking the edge off at the end of a long day or socializing with friends. Willie's offers the kind of feeling that makes good company even better. Willie's sold out 3 times in the first 6 months with over 50,000 plus happy customers, and they just restocked. Willie's ships directly to your doorstep in 40 plus states. Order now at drinkwillies.com and use code HYSTERIA for 20% off your first order, plus free shipping on orders over $95, and enjoy life in the high country. Hysteria is brought to you by Babbel. Why do most of us want to learn a new language? It's probably not about memorizing grammar tables or topping a leaderboard. It's because we want to speak it out in the real world with real people. Babbel gets you there fast. Learning a language with Babbel is about small steps, big wins, and progress you can actually track and feel. Their bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are also easy to remember. Just 10 minutes a day is enough to start seeing real results. Babbel recognizes that real-world connections are at the heart of language learning. Their courses are designed by over 200 language experts, real human beings, to teach you relevant words and phrases you'll actually use, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. Babbel lets you practice real-life conversations step by step without the stress. You will build confidence to speak when it matters, from ordering a coffee to chatting with new friends abroad. Rules and restrictions may apply.
Unfortunately, her primary momentum wouldn't carry her through the general. Recall that 2022 was the red wave election that turned into more like light spotting. Republicans everywhere underperformed expectations. Leavitt ended up losing handily to Democratic incumbent Chris Pappas. This even after she'd spent the months leading up to the general accusing him of a veritable casserole of right-wing scare words: woke, a socialist, a secret left-wing extremist.
Oh, well, if at first you don't succeed, brush yourself off and try again, right? Although that gets a little harder when some of the dust you accumulated in your fall includes more than $300,000 in contributions that exceed legal limits.
That's right. Leavitt's army of horny 57-year-old war room fans didn't strictly adhere to federal campaign finance laws. But hands spent it, which left Congress in debt to those entities to whom it owes refunds. FEC reporting showed that years after the 2022 election faded into the rear view, the campaign still owed $326,000 to more than 100 entities, both donors who made illegal contributions and some vendors that hadn't been paid for services rendered. As of 2025 to 2026, she'd only paid a little of it back. Where'd the debt go? It just kind of went away, we guess?
I don't know. Where could it go? Good news, though, for a 20-something girl who needs lots of money. During her campaign, she met a rich old guy who wanted to fuck her.
Just like a fairy tale.
Nicholas Riccio was a real estate guy who was older than Caroline Leavitt's dad and looks kind of like a composite photo of every white man on a pontoon boat.
Yep.
In Lake Havasu. And by real estate guy, I mean he is to real estate what DJ Pauly D is to the symphony.
Yeah, Nick Riccio is a landlord. He owns a bunch of rental buildings in Hampton Beach, New Hampshire, a vacation town widely known to be overcrowded and trashy, kind of like the Lake Havasu of New Hampshire.
But passive income is passive income, and there's nothing more irresistible to an ambitious middle-class blonde than the prospect of being able to afford Louis Vuitton purses that aren't Canal Street knockoffs. Under these favorable conditions, Caroline and Nick fell in love. In December 2023, they announced their engagement.
Oh, it's an unholy union of fucking Sith. Dur, 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 dur. Dur, 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 na, 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 dur, dur, dur. Na, 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 na. Dun-na, dun-na-na-na-na, na-na, dun-na, dun-na-na-na-na-na. I love making Sith music. I like making Sith music with my mouth, as I imagine what it's like for these people to be Republicans and right-wingers and sell out their own people.
On the podcast, Podforce One hosted...
Oh, it's such a terrible name. How do you go live like that, you idiot?
By somebody named Miranda Devine, whom I was shocked to discover is not a MAGA-themed drag queen. Leavitt acknowledged that her relationship was unconventional, but defended it by saying that men her age simply lack the maturity of her partner.
The next month, in January 2024, Levitt took a job as the National Press Secretary for Donald Trump's presidential campaign. And her life is on a rocket ship to Bullshitopia from there. She even appeared in a Project 2025 training video.
Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation packet of policy ideas designed to streamline America's descent into a Christian nationalist hellscape, which Donald Trump pretended to know nothing about until he was elected and started enacting the whole thing.
Now, Alyssa, this is perhaps the rudest joke I've ever written in this series, but it begs to be told. Between President Trump and her geriatric husband, Caroline Levitt is the Michael Phelps of gargling old guys' balls.
That's 20.
Oh, yeah. Here's say it again.
The rudest joke I've ever written in this series, but it begs
I've ever written
to be told. Between President Trump and her geriatric husband, Caroline Levitt is the Michael Phelps of
between President Trump and her geriatric husband.
Gargling old guys' balls.
That's 23 gold.
Oh, she's like this young blonde that like sucks on 7-year-old dudes' balls.
Medals for her. As press secretary to Trump, she zipped around the country defending the ramblings of her old, rapidly mentally deteriorating boss.
That is, until this summer, when she took some time away from the campaign to give birth to her son.
Wait. Isn't Caroline Levitt a devout Catholic?
Yes.
And she wasn't married in July 2024?
No, not yet. She was just engaged.
And that's when she gave birth?
Yes.
But isn't that against Catholic...
Look at the women. Look at the women totally suss out the fucking hypocrisy of other women. I wish I could do this sometimes, but it's not my gender. I want to do this to men. I want to point out their hypocrisy.
Doctrine to have sex outside of marriage.
Yes.
Then how'd she get pregnant?
Yes.
Good question. I guess we'll never know. So in July 2024, at 27 years old, Levitt gave birth to her son, Nico, which makes her baby closer to her age than she is to the age of her husband.
Nico Riccio will be graduating high school when his dad is almost 80.
A little over a year later, Levitt would...
Wow. Yeah, like 76. Yeah, when his dad hits 76, his son will be hitting high school. Oh my God, you guys are so weird. You like robbed the Crypt Keeper grave to have a relationship with some crazy right winger. You're like Crypt Keeper monsters. You're like Crypt Keepers.
Deliver a sanctimonious
Republicans are like Crypt Keepers.
Eulogy of Charlie Kirk, wherein she praised the late podcaster for, quote, encouraging young people to get married and have children. And as a young person who has done it, I encourage you to do it as well.
She had her child out of wedlock, like a year before she gave that speech. Her son was 6 months old when she got married.
Charlie preached a message of faith to all who would listen. He encouraged young people to get married and to have children. And as a young person who has done it, I encourage you to do that as well. It is the best thing in life. It is the ultimate legacy that we can leave.
What? You mean adding another 100 million people to the goddamn overpopulated, goddamn fucking completely domesticated, mundane, capitalist fucking nightmare that we have?
In that order, Caroline? In that order? And days after Levitt gave birth out of wedlock, President Trump was shot in the ear in an assassination attempt in Pennsylvania. And as Caroline tells it, she just couldn't stand by and care for her newborn infant at such a pivotal moment in American bullshit. Lucky for Caroline, the man who knocked her up had the time and bandwidth to help her care for her baby. Her mom pitched in as well, quitting her job at a yoga studio to help Caroline take care of little Nico, second on her mother's priority list. And Caroline Levitt went back to work 3 days after giving birth. Now, this sounds hard.
What? 3 days? Are you fucking serious? Take a week of maternity break. Nah, your job has completely consumed your soul, you fucking tool.
Harsh. But I have to point out here, hypocrisy alert. Hypocrisy alert. It is totally fine for a woman to decide that her career is more important long-term than devoting all of her time and attention to infant care. Like, totally fine for a woman to want to go back to work after giving birth. I've no judgment. And some people want to stay home with their babies for the first year or longer. Both courses of action can be in the best interest of a woman and her family. But it's a little tedious to me when a woman only takes 3 days to bond with her infant before returning to the urgent matter of their job.
Of sucking Trump's dick?
Does so in service of an ideology that preaches that the most important thing a woman can do is subjugate herself to wifehood and motherhood. Levitt is a hypocrite. She's married to an old guy who basically functions as both her sugar daddy and her wife. She's able to do her job because of her non-traditional marital arrangement. She was pregnant before she got engaged. She gave birth before she was married. She is not an example of doing things the way that she and other figures on the right would call the right way.
Wife and sugar daddy combined into one. She's really got the best of both worlds.
We do not have to hand it to her. Here's a quote she gave to the Conservateur. Quote, "It would have been a lot easier for me to respectfully decline this job offer and enjoy the past year in the peace and comfort of my previous job, but I know I'm doing it for a bigger cause, to win this election." The profile mentions admiringly that her son smiles when he hears her voice on the TV and, quote, recognized his mommy during an appearance on Newsmax. That's the most Don Draper shit I've ever heard. I guess motherhood is the most important thing a woman can do, unless, of course, Donald Trump asks you to do something else. Caroline Leavitt finally made an honest man of her baby daddy in January 2025, days before Donald Trump was inaugurated for the second time. And as soon as that happened, she became the youngest press secretary in history. She helped assuage people's discomfort with her age gap marriage and her youth by immediately visibly aging 15 years.
During her first press conference, Leavitt got off to a roaring start, defending Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, for cutting waste. One particular program she spotlighted included that the government was spending 50 million taxpayer dollars to fund condoms in Gaza.
Now, fact checkers and thing knowers were puzzled by this claim. What on earth could she be going on about? And then a few days later, it became clear the funds weren't going to buy condoms for Palestinian rebels. The Gaza she was alluding to was actually the Gaza province in Mozambique, which is about 5,000 miles away from the nearest member of Hamas. And the $50 million was earmarked for generalized STI prevention, not specifically condoms.
So the entire thing was both stupid and a lie.
Yes. Combining stupidity and lying are kind of her trademark. Like when she claimed that the White House is a champion of the First Amendment at the same time that her boss has called for TV networks to have their licenses revoked and threatened the legal status of people critical of Israel.
Remember how she had the Associated Press's credentials revoked because they refused to refer to the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America after President Trump said he wanted to rename it?
Pepperidge Farm remembers. She claimed that Trump is the hardest working man in politics despite golfing at every opportunity.
She really went to the mat for Trump's very stupid tariffs plan, even after people who can do math pointed out that the math behind them didn't make any sense. And when called out for being an idiot, she wraps herself in righteous indignation.
I'm sorry, have you ever paid a tariff? Because I have. They don't get charged on foreign companies, they get charged on the importers.
And ultimately, when we have fair and balanced trade, which the American people have not seen in decades, as I said...
Because of the right wing, we've not had goddamn fair trade since they declared drugs illegal in 1926 or something. Fucking stupid. We've not had fair trade in this country since 75 years before my birth. And it is because of pieces of shit like you fucking loser.
At the beginning, revenues will stay here, wages will go up, and our country will be made wealthy again. And I think it's insulting that you're trying to test my knowledge of economics and the decisions that this president has made. I'm now regret giving a question to the Associated Press. Mary.
She's argued against birthright citizenship, which is expressly guaranteed by the Constitution.
Although our bought and paid for Supreme Court might have something to say about that.
TBD. She's also claimed that Trump has been a great ally to Europe, despite the fact that his decades-long game of footsie with Vladimir Putin has probably paid for grad school for every cardiologist's kid who treats European leaders.
She also made the odd and illiterate claim that Attorney General Pam Bondi has the power to fire judges just because she is their boss.
Foreign terrorists have no legal protections in the United States of America, and this administration is going to continue to deport foreign terrorists and illegal criminals from our nation's interior.
But a judge ordered that he should remain in this country. So are you saying that it is okay to ignore a judge's ruling if you don't like it?
Who does that judge work for?
It
was an
the Supreme Court.
Justice.
No, it's the Supreme Court. It's the Supreme Court judge.
Whose name is Pam Bondi, who has committed to eradicating MS-13 from our nation's interior.
Correction, whose name was Pam Bondi.
Oh!
So dumb. By March 2025, less than 2 months after taking the job as press secretary, Leavitt had already surpassed previous press secretary Jen Psaki's total for PolitiFact noted lies. She's also claimed that all undocumented people are criminals, and stupidly that France should be grateful to America for the fact that they're not speaking German. Unlike her predecessor, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who the press seemed dead set on treating with the condescending preciousness usually aimed at a special ed student elected to prom court, the press corps seemed less reserved about aiming its ire at Levitt. And usually, that's exactly where she wants to be. The girl loves to get in the mud. Caroline Levitt is the face and mouth of the Trump administration, and you can tell a lot about how she feels about herself by what she projects. Trump also had some comments about her looks that managed to be both weird and gross.
If you don't want to answer this, I didn't realize she'd be in the room, but she's on my list. Caroline Levitt.
She's become a star. It's that face, it's that brain, it's those lips, the way they move like she's a
The way they move.
machine gun. Is she in the
Way those lips they move.
room?
She's in the room.
She's a star, and she's great. She's a great person, actually, but she's, I don't think anybody has
The way those lips move.
ever had a better press secretary than Caroline.
Jen Psaki, motherfucker, did so much better than Carolyn Levitt, you idiot.
She's been
Jen Psaki has gone on to take like other shows on MSNBC and stuff like this because she's actually successful and actually good at what she does.
Amazing.
It's just, yuck. Also in late 2025, when she was featured in a photo spread.
It's weird how Dunning-Kruger right-wingers resent other people who actually are legit. Like I would say, Jen Psaki is goddamn legit. Way more legit than Carolyn Levitt.
Vanity Fair feature on the box.
Like, way more.
Behind her boss.
She even she left Joe Biden early. She like left him. She was just like, no, I'm not gonna do this anymore. I won't do this lie. I won't lie to them. So she just left, and I don't blame her either.
White House.
Joe Biden wanted to be not Joe Biden, but whoever was controlling Joe Biden. I like to think that it's Steve Bannon. I don't know, but whoever's controlling Joe Biden, he has a controller like the CIA and who tells him to do everything that he does. And whoever's controlling Biden, or was controlling Biden, excuse me. I lost the train of thought. I'm terribly sorry, but it's just like weird. Like it's weird. Like I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
Chief of Staff Susie Wild.
She's been amazing.
It's just yuck. Also in late 2020.
So Jen Psaki was the train of thought. I'm sorry. So Jen Psaki like left Joe Biden like I don't know 9 or 10 months before he eventually was just pushed out of his position because he was asleep at the switch. And she wouldn't lie for him either, which is another proof that these people that the right wingers intend to sabotage are deserving of their jobs and the professionalism and stuff. Some of them are. Like they fuck with AOC all day long, but she's actually like qualified to fight them. I would say she's qualified. Not only qualified, she's got friends, people whispering in her ear, people that want to do her favors and stuff like this. It's sort of like the right kind of political winning where I hope that AOC runs for president because she's my big hope. And I'm sorry, but I do believe in her because of the No Kings. Because of No Kings. And it's weird to say this in a way we're going to publish it later tonight. During a day where Donald Trump had a, failed assassination attempt. It's just, but I do feel this way. It's like, if you live your life and you're a good person and you don't really fuck with other people and you just do your job, you might actually deserve leadership. These people don't deserve leadership. They throw on a dye on their face and their fucking hair, and they sell out like a slumlord, or they back some slumlord, or they suck the dick of a slumlord or whatever. And then they show up and they try to tell you how bad you are. But we're not bad. Like I've worked all my life, and so have all these other people. It's kind of the same. We're not bad, I wouldn't say, and it's more like the leadership sucks, and at that point, it's just like, do you accept that they hate AOC, or do you just never ever accept that she's been harmed by them ever again? Like I feel like I can pull a streamer trick with AOC where I'm riding her ass and in her orbit or whatever, and I just never ever say anything bad about her ever, because she's just, actually maybe trying to save the country. A lot of these other people, they didn't show up for No Kings, so I don't respect them. You understand? That was my third party, progressive, middle of the fucking road assessment of the fucking situation. Like, I used to really despise middle of the road people, but I'm middle of the road. I'm pro gun rights. I'm anti gun violence. It's middle of the road, isn't it? I'm anti-abortion. I'm more pro-choice than I am anti-abortion. I'm pro-life, but I'm also anti-abortion. And I'm definitely pro-choice more than the other two things. I'm pro-life, I'm anti-abortion, I'm pro-choice. And I think everybody that I know who is sane is as well. And it's weird. Like, I want to use that as some kind of, like some kind of bragging right, but it's actually just human decency, which you will see out of the real people if you just take them seriously
25
and listen to them.
She was featured in a photo spread for a Vanity Fair feature on the boss behind her boss, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles.
I remember this spread. What a glorious news cycle that was. Photographer Christopher Anderson captured several Trump 2.0 figures like Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, and our girl Caroline in his trademark style, up close, unvarnished, how he saw them, rather than how they wanted to be seen. The photo that made the biggest splash was this extreme close-up of Caroline Leavitt, tight on her prematurely stressed and underhydrated skin, and close enough to reveal a smattering of messy track marks from receiving lip injections too close to the date of the photo shoot.
Oh my God, she did! She got lip injections. You can see it all over her fucking face. That's why your guys' lips look like this, you weird, fake piece of shit death cult cocksuckers.
Shoot.
Those lips are filled to within an inch of their tiny little lives. Anderson has since said in interviews, such as one he did on journalist Jim Vandehey's podcast, that he didn't intend to humiliate her, nor does he humiliate any of his subjects. Rather, he simply wanted to reveal something. Well, mission accomplished. He revealed that Leavitt, as most of us watching from home can glean, is a deeply insecure person who has signed her life away to an ideology that demands a certain aesthetic from women, an aesthetic that nobody embodies naturally. The only way for a medium cute girl from New Hampshire to live up to it, even in the springtime of her youth, is to mangle her own face. The track marks betray a compliance so complete that it submits to demands for self-mutilation.
Even when that self-mutilation is something that is not advised for pregnancy.
That's right. A month after the Vanity Fair feature went live, Leavitt announced that she was pregnant again with a child due in May 2026, which would have made her at least a couple months pregnant at the date of the photo shoot. Now, is it possible she didn't know? I mean, maybe, but she'd already had a kid, and any woman who has had one child can tell you that it's pretty hard to not recognize the symptoms of being in your first trimester the second time around.
Injectors and estheticians can lose their license for knowingly injecting a pregnant person since there isn't data to prove that it's safe to receive lip injections or Botox during pregnancy. So,
oh no, you can't get lip injections during pregnancy?
Somebody should be in trouble here.
We'd be remiss at this point if we didn't
She violated federal law.
dunk on the fact that
She got lip injections while she was pregnant, and that's an actual violation of federal law.
Caroline Leavitt the photo shoot. Now, is it possible she didn't know? I mean, maybe, but is a deeply insecure person who has signed her life away to an ideology that demands a certain aesthetic from women, an aesthetic that nobody embodies naturally. The only way for a medium cute girl from New Hampshire to live up to it, even in the springtime of her youth, is to mangle her own face. The track marks betray a compliance so complete that it submits to demands for self-mutilation.
Oh my God, they're talking about it like it's some kind of cult thing where they like self-mutilate or some kind of religious thing, and it is like that. She mangled her own face so she could look like an orange turd face.
even when that self-mutilation is something that is not advised.
And these are women talking about this, so it's like, and this is actually like a talking point in magazines and stuff. It's insane.
For pregnancy.
That's right. A month after the Vanity Fair feature went live, Levitt announced that she was pregnant again with a child due in May 2026, which would have made her at least a couple months pregnant at the date of the photo shoot. Now, is it possible she didn't know? I mean, maybe, but she'd already had a kid, and any woman who has had one child can tell you that it's pretty hard to not recognize the symptoms of being in your first trimester the second time around.
Injectors and estheticians can lose their license for knowingly injecting a pregnant person since there isn't data to prove that it's safe to receive lip injections or Botox during pregnancy. So somebody should be in trouble here.
I love Alyssa Mastromonaco. She is my favorite person on YouTube because she's the only person that I've seen out of 2,200 content creators who I think is an actually nice person. Like, I swear to God, you can see the niceness in her eyes. And it's not a fake niceness. It's actually there. She can't hide it. She doesn't have that. None of them do. None of the fucking... I have that, but the content creators... I have that. I have this true kindness in the eyes. And there's only a few content creators left that have that. Oh, this has become such a machine that nobody can show true emotion anymore. So having kind eyes because you smile at everybody all the time because you're a fucking sap, that's kind of uncommon now.
We'd be remiss at this point if we didn't dunk on the fact that Caroline Levitt apparently cannot cook.
Oh, like there's a lot of female disses here. Like, what can she do?
Dry ass Thanksgiving spread.
We've thoroughly...
Yeah, those macaroni and cheese, I'm not going to eat it. I'm not going to eat that. That is entirely dark meat with stuffing, and it makes me fucking sick to even look at it. I would absolutely eat the green beans and the carrots and the potatoes, and I would eat the whatever they call it, cranberries, or is that cranberry? I think it's actually more like what do they do on Thanksgiving? It's it might be cranberries, but I think, yeah, is cranberries? No, they have a seasonal Thanksgiving thing with this, but I don't remember what they call it. I think it is cranberries, but I don't know what they actually call the meal. I can't remember. This is a very badly cooked chicken that did not stay in the oven long enough. That has no visible signs of liquid. So she mentioned dry, and she's not wrong. Anybody who actually knows what a fucking Thanksgiving meal looks like in this decadent-ass country, it's not this. It really doesn't look like this. The meat is undercooked. The pastries are overcooked. This is dark meat mixed with I look at this and I literally think diarrhea. If you eat this, you're going to have diarrhea. It's dark meat mixed with stuffing, mixed with cranberries, mixed with sugar, mixed with it's just basically fat mixed with starch, and it will impact your colon. It will make you fart. It will smell bad. And it's also dark meat, which is just fucking gross. That, all the dark meat went into this terrible stuffing. And that's my problem with this picture, is the fact that this is the stuffing. Now, stuffing can look bad like this and still taste incredibly fucking good. But not when you see what she stuffed, which is a chicken. This is not a... I love making fun of this stuff. I think I would do it how women would do it, essentially. This is not a turkey dinner. This is a chicken dinner. You can see it right here. These are not turkey drumsticks. They are chicken drumsticks, and they are undercooked, and some of this meat around this white areas might even make you sick. It's just not cooked. So then you've got this overcooked and terrible only, and I just can't think of a worse combination, right? It's stuffing and dark meat. She took all the dark meat from the chicken and she put it in the stuffing like she knows how to cook. And I'm sure it came out okay, I guess, but is still really revolting. It's fucking revolting. I would not want to eat this. This is diarrhea guaranteed. It's gristly meat, dark meat. It's dark meat with grease and gristle all over it, mixed with incredibly processed stuffing that's sat in an oven for 4 hours and soaked in the juices of an undercooked chicken. I can't believe how gross this actually is. It's funny, I'm not a cooking guy either. I don't cook. I really don't cook. I don't believe I've cooked anything in 10 years or something. I don't know. I don't cook anything. I just throw stuff in the microwave, basically, or in a pan. But anyways, so I'm not eating that. I'm seriously not eating this. This I know is going to put me in the bathroom for an hour at like 3:30 in the morning on Thanksgiving, where that's just not that fun. You know, it's just not that fun. You've had like a long day of family and stuff, and you're like, oh God. And if you eat this stuffing, you're gonna be kissing the toilet at 4:30 in the morning because it's soaked in disgusting dark meat grease. And the dark meat grease has been cooked in it. It makes me sick even looking at it. The dark meat grease has been soaked into the bread, and the bread has not been cooked correctly. Neither has the chicken. So you're looking at like some kind of E. coli. If you dodge it, you might dodge the E. coli bullet. But I'm sure the stuffing's fine because it's been overcooked. But the chicken has not been overcooked. It is undercooked. Undercooked chicken, overcooked pastries that are rock hard. I can see them right now. Pastries don't look like this. Rock hard pastries look like this. But normal pastries don't look like this. They're much fatter and puffier and more succulent, you know, or whatever you want to call it. They're like a little bit more moisturized. These are crappy fucking pastries that have sat out on the counter for 3 hours and have solidified. So when you bite into them, it's like crunching into something, and that's disgusting because it's a fucking pastry. So then the mac and cheese, I don't think I need to say anything, do I? Right? I like dissing bad food. I didn't know. I've never done this before on my stream. It's new content, right? It's new content. It's new content, right? It's me drunkenly dissing a fucking retard for their Thanksgiving dinner.
We roasted this sap.
I'm sorry, I don't usually say fucking retard, but when you look at the meal, you think fucking retard has no idea how to cook any food at all. I don't think anything here is cooked. I don't think maybe the cranberries are okay, but I wouldn't touch most of the rest of the potatoes are okay. They didn't fuck up the potatoes. Potatoes are hard to fuck up, but they definitely fucked up the dressing. They definitely fucked up the chicken. They definitely fucked up the fucking rock hard pastries, except you cooked these an hour and a half ago. Why are they rock hard? And if you've ever had a rock hard pastry that looks like this, you would understand what the fuck I'm talking about. These are fucking, what do they call these? They're croissant. They're croissant pastries, and they're really good. And I don't know why in North America favors them so much for Thanksgiving. It's some fucking mystery. I really don't know. But we include these crazy pastries every time we do Thanksgiving, right? Or Thanksgiving, and I'm sorry, but these are rock hard pastries. You can see that they've been reduced down by the oven to something like a quarter of what they should have been, because this isn't how pastries look in America. This looks like some kind of, or I would say sesame chicken meal. But I mean, real pastries look like real pastries. They don't look like these curled up, rock hard pieces of shit. Now, when you get down to I don't think I need to say anything about the macaroni and cheese. This isn't macaroni and cheese. This is a bunch of pasta burnt to a crisp, to the point where when you bite into it, you ever had burnt to a crisp pasta? Of course you have. If you're lower class, you've had burnt to the crisp pasta, and you know what that means. It's like biting into a glass of. It's like biting into a glass. Like literally a glass, like this glass right here. You know, it would be like biting into glass, like that. It's kind of what it's like to bite into rock hard pastries like this. And the macaroni cheese, this is just not how macaroni and cheese looks. If you have this much macaroni and cheese, you're going to need some liquid along with the cheese. Otherwise, the fucking pasta is gonna bake to a fucking coal, or not a coal, but like a hard, brittle, like nasty glass-like substance that when you bite into it, it feels like you're not eating food. It feels like you're eating shards of glass, and it's incredibly uncomfortable when you do it. When you bite into macaroni and cheese like this, that was made by a retard, it's not fun. You're like, well, my mouth is full of broken pieces of glass now. That's how it feels. I'm dead serious. And everything here is unacceptable. The only thing here that I would touch is, I don't think I trust the potatoes either, because you see that there's something around the ring of the potato casserole bowl. And because they cook such a, I think it's like a 4 potato feast for their big Thanksgiving adventure, they added something to these potatoes. I'm guessing it's probably salt. Whoever made the potatoes has a salt fetish, and I'm sorry, but I'm just not dumb. I'm not a cook either. I just know bad when I see it. These potatoes have been oversaturated with salt. You want to know why? If you try to cut 4 potatoes and put them in a pot like this, it's going to fill the entire pot. If you over salt, it's going to suck all of the goddamn moisture and that's what salt does. It sucks moisture out of you, right? So now the potatoes, there's like a potato right here that looks like it's crying, because it kind of is. All of the moisture has been sucked out of his skull. And I don't know if I would eat the potatoes, because I know what's going to happen if I bite into those potatoes. It's going to be something like 3 to 17 times the amount of sodium that they should have used to cook the potatoes, right? To cook four mashed potatoes like this, or 2, whatever it is, like big fat russets or whatever. It depends on what the potatoes are. But like, if you want to cook 4 potatoes like this, you can do a dash of salt. You can't dump the fucking Morton salt into it, which is what she did. It shrinks the potatoes down to a quarter of what their volume should be. It makes the potatoes taste too salty, so you're not really enjoying eating them. You're like, ugh. And you're also thirsty because you just had so much salt. And I'm sorry, but I believe this is one of the more worst Thanksgiving meals that was delivered as a sincerely. This lady, Carolyn Levitt, she sincerely handed this to her family. But you'd have to be a sadist. The only 2 edible products on the screen right now are green beans, carrots, and beets. The cranberry relish is what I was thinking about earlier. I'm sorry, this is cranberry relish. You can't really fuck up cranberry sugar and a spoon, right? So the cranberry relish is probably fine. She couldn't do anything to it. But she absolutely massacred these potatoes and sucked all the fucking moisture out of them. So when you bite into them, you're like, it tastes more like salt than it does potato, right? And that's what she did. I can see it. The green beans and the carrots actually look totally fine. I'm sorry, but they do. I want to be critical of that. They look a little dry. They could be a little bit more succulent and wet looking, but other than that, besides the fact that they look dry, and that's how dry they look, it's just like, yeah, you could probably coat these in butter. Then I'm not talking like take a stick of butter, take like a little cut of butter and throw it in the middle of the bowl and stir the motherfucker so the outsides of the green beans and the carrots look like they've been glazed by something, and it looks edible and wet and juicy and buttery and tasty. What you did is fry some green beans and carrots. I don't know why this is so funny, but it's funny to me. Muggles that don't know how to cook, who are trying to cook Thanksgiving dinner. It's this level of Dunning-Kruger that's so nasty you don't want to see it. Now, if I were to try to cook a Thanksgiving meal, it would turn out like this. I mean, I'm critical of her. But honestly, if I were to try to cook a Thanksgiving meal, it would turn out like this. It would turn out exactly like this. So I'm not trying to say that I'm better than Carolyn Levitt at cooking Thanksgiving dinner. I'm saying that I'm just as bad at cooking, you know what I'm saying? Which is amazing because I'm somebody who lived off ramen for 20 years or something like that. I'm better at cooking, I think, than Carolyn Levitt, which is insane.
Episode of
That's insane. I mean, I am somewhat of a cook. I understand the combinations of materials and what heat you need to use at what time. It's not that fucking hard. It's really not that hard. It's kind of like making a headshot in a video game. If you can kind of comprehend complex stuff like dialing down your numbers to the perfect amount and then squeezing the trigger, you can probably understand how to salt some mashed potatoes correctly, and maybe add some olive oil so they don't fucking fry to a crisp. Now, at this point, these potatoes, they're not that bad. They might be okay, but she's laced them with salt. That I'm certain of. She has laced these potatoes with salt. And I just don't see how that's going to taste too good when you actually try to eat the potatoes. Now, I don't know. If you put all of these things on a plate, there's sweetness, there's plainness, there's over-salted potatoes, there's greasy chicken 2-hour-old, get diarrhea from stuffing infused by greasy chicken. And then there's rock-hard pastries, undercooked chicken, and overcooked macaroni and cheese that has no liquid in it whatsoever. So when I think pasta, I usually add water. It might be news to her. Maybe I don't add the same water that I do when I'm boiling the pasta, but when I put a pasta in a fucking metal thing to bake in the oven, I'm going to throw some sauce in there, some butter, some garlic, some oil, definitely some olive oil, probably a bit of kind of overly generous with the olive oil. And I'm going to make the pasta before it's even started to get soft. I'm going to make it super glistening and super wet and super succulent. I'm not frying this goddamn fucking macaroni and cheese to death so everybody eats glass on Thanksgiving night. I'm just not doing that. And I'm sorry it took me like half an hour to troll this person. But I mean, this is one of those photos. You know what it reminds me of? You know what this reminds me of? It's the same exact thing too. This is when a woman pursues the sort of lifestyle that a spy pursues or whatever, and she just can't actually focus on her personal life in any way or form, which is fine. I'm not trying to take a shot at women. That's not what I'm after here, right? I'm just saying it's somebody that's just too busy. She's too busy to do it well, which is understandable. I'm not ragging on her for it. I think it's hilarious what she came up with. But you know what this reminds me of? Oh God. It reminds me of the Grover House. It's a guy with too much money who believes through Dunning-Kruger that he can renovate his house when he's never operated a fucking power tool before. And what happens with the Grover House is actually so funny. He turns his front lawn into a literal shit sewer that's open and live. His sewer ruptures and his front lawn turns into a sewer because he has no idea how to lace pipes in any way or fucking form. And it's actually so fucking funny when you actually see it. He builds his own renovation on his house and he spends like $100,000 or I don't know, like $200,000 or something on it. But he doesn't pay a contractor, which is what you would normally spend $200,000 on, right? He doesn't pay a contractor. He just renovates with no prior knowledge of any kind of construction whatsoever. And Frederick Newson led me to this. And when you see the pictures of the house that the guy actually builds, you're like, nope, that's a whack house. When you see the pictures, you're like, nope. Why is there these two small windows to the left of these two big windows? Why is there two garage doors next to a really, really close, like smaller door? And when and on top of this, he wired and he sewered the entire house completely incorrectly. And he put an entertainment room up here where these windows are, where he just completely ruined the whole entertainment premise of the entire project. And this is the final product. Have you ever seen a house that looks like this? This is the final product. This is what happens when Carolyn Levitt tries to be a professional American leadership, but she's essentially a rube. She's probably a podcast. She's frankly just like Kash Patel. She's like a fucking podcast star. Now that's okay to make fun of me for that, right? Because that's what I am. So you can make fun of Skycatlive. You could be like, "What are you? You're a pal. You're a podcast star. Shut up, right?" But I'm not. I'm not a podcast star, and I don't reach a lot of people, and I don't do podcasts, right? But I am like this streamer, content creator person. And if I'm, I don't know, this level of Dunning, like it's like the Grover House. This Thanksgiving meal has so much wrong with it that it's like looking in this. And I'm sorry, I thought the Grover House is quite funny, actually. The Grover House is quite funny when you see what Dunning-Kruger can do to a normal middle class tract housing piece of shit ticky-tacky housing like the starting of Weeds or whatever, right? This is a ticky-tacky house after a complete retard who's never done construction ever before in his entire life decides to just dump like $250,000 into like drunkenly renovating his house. And one of the funnier things about this house is there's a stairway going from like, the back of the house through here, down here, and down to this window right here. And I know the Grover House this well. I know because it's actually comedic gold when you watch it. It's like cartoon levels of hilariousness, actually. When he built the stairway, he just didn't finish, and he built a window in the stairway. So his kids, when they're walking down the stairs, if they trip, they'll come crashing out this window right here that I'm pointing at. The stairway starts right here at this window, and it goes down badly, and he built it himself, and he kind of it didn't even, I don't think he even bothered to paint it or anything like this. It's just like a bunch of steps that don't correspond with each other. So it's like basically like, essentially I would say, I don't know the right thing to like use as an example. There's nothing quite like it. The level of incompetence, I don't think we've ever seen it before besides Donald Trump. So now, like, so when they talk about this in the Frederick Knudsen video about this, when his kids come running down the stairs, if they trip or anything bad happens at all, they're going to come crashing out the second story window. It's not that window, it's that window. I'm sorry. I remember it being the first story window, but it's not. It's the second story window. So they come crashing down this terrible stairway that has elongated and weird, totally wobbly, and totally not symmetrical stairs. So they're going to trip, right? They're going to trip down the stairs. That's how he built his house. It was a fucking set of stairs that didn't conform to normal building codes or conventions or anything like that. It was just some fantasy from some dude who's never done construction before. What a pair of stairs would be if you just make them up, if you just make them up. And the worst part about it was as the kids came down the stairs, they would come crashing out the second story window and hit the ground. Now that didn't happen, but I mean that's but when you see the stairs, you can see that it's an inevitable, because as they come down the stairs to the second, it's 3 stories of stairs. It's like 1, 2nd, 3rd floor stories of stairs. But as they come down the stairs from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor, this crazy unelongated set of stairs that doesn't conform to normal building conventions. It's like basically a squiggle. It's like a squiggle. His stairs were like a squiggle. And as his kids come down the squiggle, they go crashing out the 2nd story fucking window and into the fucking yard, because there's nothing there to stop them from just falling down the squiggle that is his stairs and crashing out the 2nd story window that he built on the stairs. It was like on the stairs. stairs. It's right there. That's the window. I'm not kidding. The stairs are right there. So as they come running down the stairs, they have to arrest their momentum, which is hard to do because they're essentially falling down the squiggle of the stairs that he built because he's never done construction before, which makes me laugh so fucking much. It does. It's one of the funnier things I've ever seen. This level of Dunning-Kruger, it's like what our government is at now. So then, and on top of it, he did kind of plan a death trap for his kids, because if they come down the stairs, they're going to crash out the window, because the window is at the bottom of the stairs. It's not like you go down to the stairs and you go out into a room or you open a door or anything like that. The bottom of the stairs was the second story window. I got it there. It took me a while to describe it comedically well. I had to think about it. I had to think about how do I say this where it's funny? It's like, how do I say this where it's funny? So he built the stairs so that his kids would fall down the stairs and crash out the second story window, because the second story window is at the bottom of the stairs where you would normally have like either more stairs or like a door or at least like a landing or something like that, right? But no, he just built the window where his kids will just come crashing out the second story window, which is probably death. Honestly, I mean, when you look, if kids fell out of this window right here, I'm not kidding, it's probably death. I mean, it was so comedically bad. Nothing bad happened. He just blew $300,000 and then demolished it, right? Which is, I can't even let that level of, he was this feckless noob with a cubicle job, and he made way too much money for whatever reason. So he just decided that he was going to renovate his own house, and this is what we got. It is, when you go through the pictures, it's actually so funny. This is almost the best picture, I think, but there's many pictures of the Grover house. There's another one. That's the backside of the house. And you can see that no one has ever built like this in the history of man. And that's what this reminds me of. Nobody has ever cooked Thanksgiving dinner with this level of incompetence and sheer disrespect and complete negligence. Except Grover House. This level of incompetence is actually quite amazing. You don't see it in the wild. You don't see this kind of mad bad. And I used to call this mad bad. It is mad bad. It's mad bad, bro. I don't know what else you would call it. It's mad bad. It's just like, dude, you can't reconcile this. It's just a completely dry Thanksgiving meal that's undercooked, stone hard, glass shard hard, and undercooked and totally dry. I was overcooked and totally dry. And I don't know. I'm sorry. It reminds me of the Grover House. It absolutely does. This level of Dunning-Kruger for this fucking meal. Look, the pictures aren't very similar, but I mean the incompetence is. The incompetence is. Here's another. Yeah, this is the Grover guest house. Oh my god, he built a guest house. What an idiot. His two garages. I don't want to do the whole Frederick Newsom video again. I don't want to do it again, So I'm just going to get off this now. But look at his garages. Look at how they're placed in the house. This is the wonkiest house that's ever been built. If you look at it, any male with a sense of construction skills is immediately going to descend into chortling when they see it. The house almost looks like it's screaming. You can see there's like a couple of eyes here. There's like big eyes over here on the right side. And it really looks like somebody's screaming. Do you see it? Because nobody would ever build a house like this, but he did. So it really looks like a couple of guys screaming. Now, he while he was doing all this, it took 5 months. So then on this side of the house, he let this. I'm sorry, he didn't let, but the sewer pipe ruptured because he wired his own sewage to the fucking attic, right? He wired a bathroom to the attic, but he has no idea how to wire a bathroom to the attic, which is hilarious to me because it's not gonna go well. And he installed a terribly bad bathroom into his attic, and the shit all flowed downhill, and the family had no choice but to shit in the attic bathroom and it overclogged the pipe in the first like 3 days or whatever it was, and then it ruptured the entire house's pipes and then the lawn outside on the side, which is so funny. And so then this literal like lake of shit boils in his front yard. It's a lake of shit. It's a literal lake of human shit. I gotta show you the picture of it because it's real. It happened. It's a lake of shit that boiled up out of his front yard and completely consumed the left side of the house. And it's what you always want to happen to Dunning-Kruger people. You're like, oh, I really want the Dunning-Kruger person to just fucking face plant. And he did face plant in the respect that he built a bathroom in this fake addition that he added to his house that has no structural value, or like I don't think he used any sort of insulation or anything like that. It's just wood. He just added an extension to his house. See, here's his normal house. You see it? This is his normal house, this yellow house right here. Then he tacked on this monstrosity. And then the sewer ruptured, and for like 9 months, shit just boiled out into the left side of the house. And when you see pictures of it, it's so gross. You can see him waiting around. You can see him waiting around in the fucking lake of shit, trying to figure out what happened to his sewer system. And that's what this Thanksgiving dinner reminds me of. This is the most incompetent meal I've ever seen cooked, I think. It is so weird because it's so close to passable. But when you actually examine the food, you're like, no, I'll have some cranberry relish. You're like, oh no, I'll have some cranberry relish. I'm not hungry on Thanksgiving. And you deny. You just deny. You're like, nope. I'm not eating that chicken. That is a death sentence. If you eat the chicken, you're going to die. Full blown. You're going to die. If you eat, especially if you eat all of this chicken. I wouldn't eat all of the chicken. I would eat that piece and that piece and that piece and that piece and that piece. There's 5 acceptable pieces of chicken in this plate of undercooked chicken. I can't believe how comedic this picture actually is. It's so bad. It's on another level. See, here's the male version of Dunning-Kruger. Look at this house. It's the male version of Dunning-Kruger, right? Here's the female version of Dunning-Kruger. It's a Thanksgiving dinner fried to a crisp.
Area, but not as thoroughly as Caroline.
This one really got me.
Turkey.
No, I'm not eating that turkey. No, that's not happening.
Thank goodness.
Oh no, did my headphones die?
Caroline has a wife. Otherwise, she would never eat.
In 2026, despite being more and more pregnant every day, Levitt's bullshit has not slowed down. She's bullshitting for 2.
Levitt defended the actions of CPD officer Jonathan Ross after he shot and killed American citizen Renee Good on the streets of Minneapolis and called her a fucking bitch.
Are you fucking
to
serious?
Good as a lunatic woman.
This administration will continue to stand wholeheartedly by the brave men and women of ICE, including that officer in Minneapolis, who was absolutely justified in using self-defense.
Justified!
A lunatic who was part of a group,
an
organized group, to interject and to impede on law enforcement operations.
Maybe her lowest moment.
I mean, I definitely think that one's going on Satan's highlight reel for where he, like, when he's reviewing tape to be like, who gets into hell next? Like, that's a fast pass. Yeah, that definitely is
She brilliantly shared it, showing 100% MAGA approval rating.
MAGA supporters supporting MAGA. More news at 10. At the beginning of Lent, Caroline got into it with the Pope because he refused to participate in Trump's bullshit Board of Peace.
She's declared the completely unresolved fall.
Okay, I should eat something and go to bed, so I'm going to cook something here and take a piss. I'm sorry, guys. I'll be right back. I just got to go take care of real life functions. And I got a broken arm. Why did I break my arm? I shouldn't have broke my arm. It's because I was doing stupid shit. God damn it. So it wasn't that I was doing stupid shit. It was stupid shit that I wouldn't normally do for normies. I got snagged up on a Muggle normies mission, and I got injured. I got injured on a Muggle mission. Fucking dumb. Okay, I have to pee. Oh, I have to pee so bad.
Fallout from the Jeffrey Epstein case to be resolved, urging Americans to move on from the massive pedophile ring involving high-level members of government, society, and academia.
What I'm telling you is that what President Trump has always said is that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club because Jeffrey Epstein was a creep, and that remains true. And this call, if it did happen, corroborates exactly what President Trump has said from the beginning. And I'm sure many of you, when you read that alleged FBI report, probably thought to yourself, wow, this really cracks our narrative that we've been trying to push about this president for many years. So we're moving on from that.
In January, Levitt did another weird thing. She ended her press conference just seconds before it hit the 65-minute mark, suddenly trailing off and darting off stage in a way many people found strange.
So I would encourage everyone to take a look at the website. It's quite well done. And thank you all very much. It's great to be back with you.
This led many onlookers to suggest that Levitt had done this because the Kalshi prediction markets had determined a 98% likelihood that the press conference would go on for more than 65 minutes. And her behavior was consistent with somebody who was insider trading on a press conference that they ran. Somebody made a bunch of money because that press conference did not hit 65 minutes.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Literally seconds to spare. At least she's sticking to the important business of managing comms during wartime and economic uncertainty, like making Getty take down unflattering photos of her from their database. In March, Oliver Darcy reported that this photo of Levitt, her son, and a turkey taken from below the stage in the press briefing room had been removed because the White House didn't like it. You've heard of this.
The White House didn't like it.
Taken from below the stage.
After the White House complained about an unflattering photo of Carolyn Levitt, it was scrubbed from AFP and Getty systems. Another episode in image control from the press secretary. But it is weird. It's a weird, uncomfortable picture of a really up-close shot of a turkey.
In the press briefing room had been removed.
And then, so you kind of draw some kind of comparison to Carolyn Levitt. She's only turkeys have right wings.
Because
I like the only turkeys have right wings joke. It's a modification of an old Simpsons joke where Rush Limbaugh says only turkeys have left wings, right? And it's so dumb. I love that joke, though. It's so well written. So I stole it. I modified it. I flipped it around, tossed it backwards. And I was like, only turkeys have right wings. Right? And I'm funny. I have to explain. I'm not funny, but I'm funny to myself. And I have to explain it to you because I'm not a comedian. I'm sorry. I'm not a comedian. If I'm funny, it's probably a fluke. I'm funny to myself. I need that thing off the floor. It'll get damaged. Okay, time for some palak paneer. I think I will throw some sour cream in this thing to add some flavor. I will crack sour cream actually. Wait, did I already open one? I might have. I don't know. Okay, to spice up this palak paneer, I'm going to toss a big old amount of sour cream in this bitch. Yeah, like that. And then I have some palak paneer, which is spinach and cheese. Lemon cheese.
How's
Curdled lemon cheese.
Like it? You've heard of the stress
that tastes and has the consistency of tofu. And it's so good. I love palak paneer. And I have sour cream on the palak paneer. Because you can just add stuff if you want. Because it's like kind of a base meal. It's just spinach and, liquefied spinach with some cheese in it. It's tofu, basically. The texture is tofu, but not the actual reality. The actual reality is it's cow's milk curdled by lemon juice, which I didn't know you could do. But if you curdle cow's milk with lemon juice, it turns into essentially a tofu, really tasty tofu, textured like almost soy type cheese, and it's very high in protein, even though it's just milk and lemon juice. And it's I like palak paneer. I think it's actually like a superfood.
Affect your comms person. Come on. But there is no joy in Mudville, even after years of copy pasting Trump's brain into her mouth. Now there are signs that Trump may be displeased. On March 31st, Trump lamented his cratering poll numbers, noting, maybe Caroline is doing a poor job.
I got 93% bad publicity. Some people say 97, but between 93 and 97. A person that gets 97% of bad stories, maybe Caroline's doing a poor job. I don't know. She's my representative. You're doing a terrible job. Should we keep her? I think we'll keep her.
Don't worry, Caroline. I'm sure your loyalty to a man who has never been loyal to anybody or anything in his life will pay off. What will you do when he's gone? Have an original thought of your own? We'll believe that when we see it. So there you have it, Alyssa. Caroline Levitt. Where do you think she lies on her matrix of fucking guys?
Well, Aaron, as Caroline would say, what
opportunist.
A stupid question.
Opportunist.
I feel like I'd be doing this
She's an asshole
and White House press secretary a disservice if I did anything less than put her at scheming sociopath and true believing zealot. She's packed a lot into less than 30 years.
I think she's a dumbass, though, Alyssa. I think I don't think
there's a brain there. No.
At like just firing away bullshit, but like imagine her on the witness stand. I think like a truly intelligent person could manage being like on a witness stand where they're actually accountable, but like in a press conference, she's not really like being held accountable. And in interviews I've seen her do, she's not like getting pushed back on, really. Like,
that's fair.
The power differential allows a true dumbass to succeed as like White House press secretary.
You know what? I think I let her have too much Tracy. I let Tracy Flick shine too bright on Caroline.
That's true, because Tracy Flick is like an intelligent character.
Scheming sociopath.
She's a scheming sociopath. I think she's a true believing zealot. If she started that way, I'm not sure. But I think at this point, she's like, yes, Donald Trump is my God, and I will do whatever it takes for him. So I do think that like when Trump is gone, I don't know if she can generate her own thoughts.
It's fair enough. All right. That about wraps up the time we have for this episode of This Fucking Guy. If you like what you've seen, hit subscribe, share with your friends, and leave us a comment if you've got an idea for a future fucking guy we should spotlight.
This episode was written and researched by me with a writing assist from Alyssa Mastromonaco. All the rest of the credits, as well as links to our sources like Adam Renz